Mortal Kombat begin.
Those are $500 sunglasses, asshole.
Kano, Liu Kang, Raiden, Johnny Cage, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Sonya. Your might. Choose your destiny. Attack. Rain. Silence. Sector. Smoke.
Get over here!
Fight. Outstanding. Excellent. Superb. Liu Kang wins. Promised victory. Fatality. Liu Kang. Jax. Kitana. Jin. Marina. Shang Tsung. Your soul is mine. Brutality. Animality. Fatality. Friendship again. It has begun. There are fates worse than death. Even death can save you from me. Animality. Finish him. Mortal men and women defending your own world in a tournament called Mortal Kombat.
A handful of people on a leaky boat are gonna save the world.
Exactly.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Hey, yo. Jesus Christ. Definitely louder than it needs to be. Way louder. Alright, I checked my shit from last time. The background music has to go down a little bit, unfortunately. Let's see. I'm gonna save this playlist for in a little bit. Which means I'm gonna cut that, I'm gonna play this, drop it, and let's go. We'll do this sizing. Alright. Okay. So. What we dealing with? Also, let me drop this a little bit. So it's not completely covering my stupid face, huh? Need more iron, more dark wood or driftwood, or whatever the fuck it's called. I could maybe try. Wait, no. What are the darkness challenges? Hecate with the staff. Actually, kind of nice, kind of sweet. Oh, getting to Eris with this stupid double wand thing. Fuck that. To be fair, it might be good with the second aspect that I unlocked, but I do not love that weapon. Skulls for Cerberus? Fuck that. Okay, the daggers on the Cyclops is fine. That's chill. And the axe on Eris, I could try that. We'll start with Hecate. And maybe just push the run, see how far we can go with it. I want to level this up. Yes. Yes, I do. But let me swap that. I think I took care of all this shit. Yeah, I have no moon dust left. Stuff's all planted. Alright, let's see. Anything in particular I want to farm or can farm? Shit. Okay. I feel like I need a lot of silver for the other stuff over here. The fucking rest of these weapons. I would like to max this one out. Oh right, I have to decide. Am I gonna get the faster Omega attacks? I really like the aspect of Artemis, but I also kind of want to upgrade the aspect of Thanatos, you know? And I'd prefer to just focus on one of them first. Max it out. Alright. I guess I'm not in a rush because I'm gonna use this anyways. And then, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this will allow me to level it up another time so I can, whatever, decide at that point or even later. But farming these is gonna give me Stardust, which I can trade for Moondust, I think. Right? That's all I can really do with it at this point. Also, I'm gonna need to do this a few times to unlock what? There's something. Something that requires like 3. There's something I'm not thinking of. How much was it for that? 1,000, no? That's a lot, man. Is it one more ambrosia and then also the 2 poppies and a golden apple? Okay, so no rush. Alright, the last things I can purchase are from here, right? So, it's gotta be something here. I don't know, maybe I'm tripping.
As your bearer.
Alright, let's do it. Oh wait, is it on just one heat? We're going with the 10% health?
Not avert your gaze.
Could go with the Revenant thing. That seems pretty easy, to be honest.
This I vow.
Ah, fuck it. 10% is pretty insignificant difference, I feel like. With this much extra charge, I should be able to do it. Although, this won't affect bosses. So Kronos won't have any extra fucking health. Granted, I only need to beat Hecate. One sec, is that music gonna be too loud? At least a little bit. As much as I love it. I gotta make sure my fucking levels are somewhat decent, you know? Okay, that should be fine. Oh, also, hold up. I should maybe take that little extra bit of headroom. Because I have a compressor on this motherfucker. Well, hopefully I don't blast it too much, but it should be better. Okay. I guess that's my bookmarks list. Fucking Scorch. Come on. Also, I just realized my noise filter is probably still off when I was playing guitar. Ooh. No, it's back on. All right. Okay. Now I remember. Now I remember. Usually I record right into OBS, but tonight I was just working with Pro Tools. What the fuck am I even gonna take from this? I guess specials? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I forgot what weapon I was using for a second there. Although, that's okay. Does it take 2 hits to kill those? What the fuck? You good, bro? What's happening? I guess I just don't have enough damage to kill those? Like, in the couple hits? Couldn't tell if it was just automatically 2 hits, or I guess they have a specific health that I wasn't meeting. Oh. Like, yeah, it doesn't even seem to be affecting it. Tripping. Let's see, that worked. I don't know. And it just went through them too. It wasn't like... Okay, whatever. As much as I want Hephaestus. I gotta go for chaos, right? Get that extra layer of darkness. Do I get that every time I come here now? Or is that just in luck? Most recent few. Alright. Store 16? After every time you leave though. That... Wait. Okay, yeah, so locations are each room, right? Not just the whole fucking zone. Because that'd be the region. Although... Okay. Alright. Just had to check with encounters, but that's just, I guess, like hostile fucking locations. 74% attack though? Fuck me, as much as I want this, or this. Because that's some insurance right there, that's what that is. But nah, fuck that. Guess it don't matter. Don't even matter a little bit. Whoop. Let's go. Fucking fireball. Damn it. Whatever. I don't know if you have to use Omega moves or what, but... Actually, is it possible to check? Oh. Unless you collect it first? So I just run through it? The fuck? You're kidding. That's so easy. What the hell? Okay. No wonder it wasn't working before. It all makes sense now. I mean, I get how it could kind of be a pain in the ass in some of the later levels where it's like, well, it's deciding part of your positioning at this point, right? It's dictating your movement. What the fuck? But still, just doesn't feel like that big of a problem. Random boon. Not worth it, man. Not worth it. Oh, if you could just let me collect your boy. What the? Oh. We stay. Hey, don't touch me. We stay schmoving. What in the fucking bundle of misses was that shit? I'll get wrecked. You have no shields left. Hera, I'm down. What I got here? The on-spawn cast. That was not supposed to be a reference to the fucking YouTube channel, but anyways. Wait a minute. Oh, why you have 100%? Fuck that. Fuck that. Any sacrifice boon gets the +3. Yes. I do like this one, although in some ways I kind of don't. And it'd be cool to trade my Scorch for obviously something more powerful, but just for something else in general. Plus 3 levels on it too, right? Maybe there's something about Scorch that I'm sleeping on. I'm sure there is, but just like Doom, I'll find it after 700 hours. I think I'm gonna take this just because of the permanent fabric, which I need to spend on other shit. But I also, if I can just not take too much damage, I could milk this for cash. But is it worth it though? 100% is a lot, although fuck, 10? This would be good if I was wearing the belt and I could stack a bunch of shields. Fuck it. I'm just gonna go for this one. Permanent reward. Slight resource reward. Yo, yo, what's Seiko Phil? What's shaking? Hi-ho Silva. Oh, wait. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's your day, evening, whatever time zone you're in? How's life treating you right now? Right now. I guess bones, actually. Oh. Gotta collect my pose. Let's go. Oh, I shouldn't have wasted that tree. That's okay. That's okay. What the fuck? Oh, I guess there was terrain in the way. Hi-ho Silva. Oh, wait. It's something you use in your comedic writing? Nice, bro. It's a classic Ace Ventura reference for me. I know it obviously goes back to what he's referencing, but that's an absolute fucking... And he throws up the hands. Yo, Funky Monkey. How you doing, brother, man? Good to see you. Oh, shit. Welcome, welcome. Oh, God. Yeah, that fucking projector room scene is an absolute classic. Well. What the fuck? Oh, the bones. It's like blending in with the floor. Health would be cool, but so would moon powers. So. Oh. Oh, it's too late for that. Fuck me. Me when I walk into a fucking spinning laser beam? Fucking whoopsie. Oh. It's like, what the hell? Why can't I open the shop or get this? Also, let me quickly just see. Can I just, like, start gifting people? Because I think I've gotten everyone's first heart except for Hades. It says obviously still locked. Okay, she either won't accept it or I don't want to waste one on her. But oh, what the fuck? Oh, Echo still hasn't let me give her one. I wonder what her keepsake is. Wait, it says she would welcome an offering? Okay, so maybe like next time I see her, the button will actually be there. Like, bro's not in the mood. Kronos. Alright, these are monsters. Fuck that. Wait, and how many do I have left? 2? I'm gonna hold on to it just in case I ever misclick and then I get to Echo and I don't have one. Alright, ooh. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Let me try and find something good here. No, no, and no. Oh, that's oh no. With how much money I have, not worth the 80. Oh, speaking of these, I should start collecting a little bit more. These and bones. Oopsie. Also not worth charging up for. What am I doing? Oh, my ghost bros. Damn it, I walked into that. That is, oh, what a waste of armor. All of these are absolute whack attacks. Get blasted. Alright, let's go. Did I miss a shop or resource? Nah. Nah. Oh, speaking of shops, maybe I could buy a boon from here, you know? Wait. Thoroughly perverted version of the Harry Potter series? Okay, okay. Right on. Right on. I won't kink shame around here, my guy. Well, depending what it is. But fuck, I can't afford the hammer. Are you kidding me? That's fucking bullshit, man. Whatever. Do I get the trade? Oh, man. As much as this and this would both be nice, 140% is a lot. I'll take it. It's like 20 or 140%. I'll take the 140%. Although, I guess on these attacks, 140% might not be that much. The fully charged ones, absolutely. Sorry, girl. That wasn't meant for you. Alright, let's go. Oh, and I have my Kamehameha. I can feel it. It's gonna be a good one. Shouldn't jinx it, but oh, fuck that up. Oh, get fucking key blasted, bitches. I probably could have gotten 2 blasts, but I didn't want to get shielded. Oh, fuck. I didn't want to get shielded in the middle of it. Could you stop fucking chasing me with that thing? Alright, let's go. Oh, fuck. Attack me one more time, bitch. Do it one more fucking time. Okay. Just had that whole thing to the face. Wrecked. Oh, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let me see what this guy has to say. It's probably gonna be like a quick little quip. Fuck it. I'm not gonna turn it down for this shit. Yes. Hera has blessed me. Oh, I almost just skipped that shit. Thank God they have those little beams of light. It's hammer time. Fuck yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, that fucking bouncy ball, bro. Cringe attack. Oh, that's yours, you little snaily bastard. Let's see. Oh, now I see why it was 140% too. It's because I got the +3 levels on it, so that's dope. 20% faster and have 5 power. Your attack hits 2 times, just all the time. I think that's the first time I've seen that, and I kind of obviously want that because it's a fated choice, and I mean, just doubling your attack is kind of rigged. Seems like more benefit than this is. As much as I would like to build around, like, especially for Kronos, just having a fucking uber long distance attack, this would be good. But I think I'll take this. Let's go and try to find something that makes it worth, as well as just in general, like wrecking things that are in my face, or if I don't have the mana or whatever the fuck it might be. Let's just say that I love this for my range build, but I'm gonna fucks with this for now. Also, I'm gonna resume this video in a second. Okay. Ooh. I'm trying to think. Is this the guy that gives me, I think this is Narcissus, and he gives me resources. But Hermes, man. Faster attack with double hits. It's kind of OP, to be honest. I mean, that's actually, say ridiculous, huh? Oh god. Hermes is hard to diss? Yeah, true. For real. You know what it is. It's like, did you say more speed? Did you say not taking up a slot, but always benefiting me at basically at all times? Or like in Hades 1, it's like +3 dashes? Let's fucking go. Fucking flying. We flying. Oh. My boy. Give me something good. I think I want to go for this one. Weapon speed with the double attack and movement. Again, like, you can feel 20%. This, again, would be good. If I had this 18% plus the 20% from the hammer that I just chose away from the Apollo range attack focus, I would have had quite a fucking bit there, you know? I haven't seen Dash Plus in this game. Yeah, no, I don't think it exists in this game. They decided to take a different approach where there is Dash, like, bonuses, but they're not additional, like, pressed it multiple times in a row. Again, like you said, unless just I haven't seen it yet. Maybe there's a combo boon, like a duo or whatever, or maybe they end up deciding to add it later. But I think because in this game your dash has an invincibility, like it has iframes, right? I don't know how many frames, but there's a moment where you're actually like impervious to damage, and so the Hades one didn't have that. You just had the option of getting Athena, where you turn into a shield and then both reflect and be invincible while dashing. So anyways, I don't know that they want to, like, as a design choice with the fact that you're invincible, give you that much movement, or you, especially because it forces a lot more intention and skill when you can't like so definitively and clearly double tap your way out of effectively any problem, right? Like the boss fight with the 3 chicks, or like whatever Medusa style Naga sea witch type of things. The band, they have like the purple or pink circles that will explode, moving slowly kind of across the map, and if you, based on the dodge range, it's kind of a pain in the ass, and you have to position yourself properly or have your character ready to go effectively to actually time that shit, you know, depending on what kinds of attacks you're doing. But with the Hades 1 style dashing, you could just so easily get way the fuck out of dodge and not have to worry about certain problems, so I feel like it would cripple a lot of the challenge of the game. And it also seems like they've made it so you need to use your cast for crowd control, your dash in this different style also, where you can just kind of hold it and run, which is like, well, I don't know if it's more efficient, but it's less arthritis, so that was one thing. But anyways, let's make this decision. I think I hold on to this move a lot, which is probably not good, but I'm gonna slightly regret having not focused on my special attack until I find a good main attack and power it the fuck up. Let's go. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I just don't think I've seen this in this like second area. Only in the arachnid area where she would tie them all up in webs, obviously. So that was just unexpected. Alright. Ooh. Yeah. Oh wait, let me see what you said there. More forced to using different skills for better or for worse. Yeah, we'll see. I'm thinking right now, Hestia could be kind of, I guess that's who I just got rid of actually, but it is like a mini boss skull level thing, so I would assume the rarity of the boon would be decent, and she does have some stuff I like, especially her run, like the scorch run, whatever the fuck it's called. It's pretty sweet because it just absorbs projectiles. Oh, and I should have got it for the boss, but whatever. Chaos, man. Like 81% damage. Granted, getting stunned for 1.3 seconds is probably gonna fuck me up and throw the whole run. I at least got the darkness from Hecate, so good one. Have you done Eris with that? Eris with what, sorry? I have beat her once, but I haven't done it with like the increased difficulty to harness anything extra from her. Although I do need to farm some more golden apples anyways. Oh, the Hestia Sprint. Oh no, I didn't have it that run actually. I don't think, at least. I definitely would have, I feel like I would have noticed. Or tested absorbing her shots. Oh yeah, because no, from my experience of the overworld, the bosses were using a lot of melee attacks, right? It was like the cyclone guy. Yeah, true. Just basically a little kitten with that thing. You're like, oh, that's cute. You have a gun? Just try to hit me. But what's it called? Like, there's the Cyclops guy. Sorry, that he doesn't really have ranged attacks, so it feels useless against him. And then this confused me a little bit. My prior runs, I ran into like a tentacle monster. I don't know what the fuck, but it had tentacles coming out of a deck, like a classic boss fight. It would slam down, and there was like 6 or 7 of them along the side. And then the next time I did it and fought Eris, that boss fight never happened. So I don't know if it's like, if you choose the path to the right or something, or like more times than you choose the one to the left, like some amount of, because you can choose left and right in general, right? But basically, if you take one path versus the other, maybe you get to the tentacle fight, or maybe it was like because of where I was in the story, I was just supposed to fight her at that point. Maybe the other one was a filler boss until you meet that chick and she shows up. I have no idea. But anyways, I didn't think there would be, I thought they had like a lot of ranged bosses with range attacks in the underworld, and then maybe that the Scorch thing makes it too easy, so they remove that for enemies in the overworld. This is just like a kind of thought process of like guesses as to why, right? But anyways, I think it's time to risk getting fucked up. Same as original Hades, random. Yeah, but the boss fights weren't random, because it's like Eris versus the tentacle monster showing up was like one or the other. So I don't feel like that was optional. There was like the Minotaur fight that was, I think the pre-fight might be optional before you fight the duo for the main boss, but all the like the main boss challenges are set. Oh, maybe that's the thing. Maybe the fucking tentacle thing is an optional mini boss that what's it called? I didn't run into that time, so maybe it's actually possible to run into the freak anti-tentacle thing and then get to Eris afterwards. I don't know. Don't really care, I guess, but eventually I'll understand what's up and figure it out. Alright, so there's a tiny part of me that thinks channeling 20% faster, which would stack with my staff already channeling 30% faster, would be kind of oh, it isn't optional, but it's random. Oh, okay, interesting. In random, in like in selection or contrast to Eris as the other option, like, or am I tripping and not understanding what you're saying? Also, I think you get the point though. 50% faster. Okay, it's just true. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. I got you. I see what you're saying. But whoa. Classic. Alright. Sorry, just had to clear that real quick. Oh, interesting. I can delete it from there and it clears right off the stream screen. Amazing. The temptation's real, but I need more power. I'm about to get fucked up. 4 encounters where if I get tapped one time, I'm stunned for more than a second. I can already feel my own death on its way. quickly damage nemesis? What the fuck? Okay. Cool. Cool. What a strange
I'll take it.
challenge. 42 for this. Do I risk this? Of course I do.
Father's name.
Wait. One of those, still, yeah. Just like, hey, we do viewers, hey, we do artwork. All the same shit. On a different day. Oh. Alright, 71. Not bad for free. And do I need or want the heal for the risk I'm about to take for getting hit? I don't want to spend that much of this money, but here, I'm taking this because it's for the long term. Fuck. Oh, because she took one. I forgot. Every time she takes one that I actually want, I'm like, yo, what the fuck, lady? That's bullshit. Usually I try to just like sprint in front of her and zoom quick and get it. Oh god. I'm gonna hurt myself by like stepping on a trap and then just having it collect damage on me. Oh man. Oh god. There we go. So far I haven't gotten hit with this little debuff thing on. And I'll be on. Oh. As curious as I would be to open these, or like unseal them, kill whatever shows up, and then see what's up. Selling views is an obvious scam, but selling artwork, yeah. It's just, yeah, you're right. Like the viewers thing is like very clearly just a scam thing. Although it could actually have bot viewers. It's just like they'll be bot viewers, and then, whatever people, either it just will suck because there's not fucking actual people there. Or those accounts and shit like that will eventually get taken out and those bots will get cleared out. So it's like, I don't know. That shit's stupid. I also wouldn't want to do that. Just like, I don't want to say for my own like pride or whatever the fuck, but it's like, there's got to be a better way, you know? Okay, I think I want Hera just because I need another attack boon. And because, whatever, Hera's not bad in general. Oh. Trade it again? And get a heroic? I don't... This is ridiculous. I don't want to get rid of... Wait, does it become level 5 by any chance? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. This is... every time that I swap it? Right. So every time that I sacrifice a boon, it gets +3 levels. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of super crazy. I don't like the idea of losing the AoE damage that the Apollo has. Like it's just a larger spread. But H damage is pretty sweet. Also, more power! 170, let's go. Oh, sick. I haven't seen that orb yet. Ooh, money. Money. Also, this thing, whatever, shared damage is pretty sweet. Yeah, right on. I'm like, on some level, I could imagine someone being like, whatever I have set up here is some haphazard, do-it-myself type of shit. I love it. I'm happy with it. But I can see an artist being like, oh, hey, if you ever need some work done, cool. But it's such like an obvious, like, oh, hey, I just followed you. And then paragraph. It's just, oh, see, right there, I fucked that shit up just, well, because I was pausing and making fun of those guys. But yeah. Too close for comfort. Oh, and my, see, like right there, it's like, there's very little place for me to go right now. And I don't know that I'm gonna make it out in one jump, and obviously I didn't right there, but oh man, I'm fucking all of these up. Hold up, I'm gonna turn this down a bit and turn this up a bit. This boss fight, it helps to hear the sound effects of these guys.
Couldn't do it.
Oh yeah, I can. Motherfucker. Oh shit. Or something like that. Yeah, if I had double dodge, oh my god. This game would be like half as difficult. Oh, that was poorly placed. Oh, fuck. You good, bro? Alright, let's get a little round two. Damn, auto aim. I gotta turn that shit off. I'm sure it helps in general for not fucking it up, but there's times where I'm like, just let me decide. Actually, particularly for my blast attack.
Not now.
Oh fuck, nice. Oh, oops. Alright. It's over. Blasted.
Blasted catchy song.
Hey. Blasted catchy song. True, bro. Actual strange coincidence, though. She's using it like the fucking British blasted bloody bastard.
Maybe I should switch.
But I'm using it like fucking Big Bang attack. Not worth, not worth. Wait. I've only taken 165. Alright. Well. Eventually I'll be stronger. 2 bosses deep. And I haven't taken that much damage yet? That's strange. Or feels strange at least. More Hermes and more Hera. Okay. Okay. Oh. I do like. What's that?
Grow golden once again.
A bit of extra moon power. Only 2, huh? Alright, what do we got? 3 and a fan? Fucking 2 extra seconds. Oof, more damage while it's not ready could be nice. Or cheaper to use it. Fuck. Actually, yeah. That's fine. That is fine. Okay. Don't appreciate the. Oh, okay, couldn't reach him from there. What the fuck, bro? I don't know if I started shooting the money in front of me or what happened there, but.
That one again. Thorns hurt.
Oh wow. Shoot one of them into the other one.
In the name of Hades.
Activate both. I've seen a movie called About Time. No, I've seen very few movies, unfortunately, so forgive me as I often answer with no. But what about it? What are we gonna bring up? %. Fuck that.
One more.
Oh, that's something I can. I'll probably end up trading this. It seems like, right? As much as it's kind of Hera on everything is kind of destructive.
Lunas.
Oh my fucking Christ! You know what else is destructive? I still have that curse boon on me, and I can't afford to get hit by shit. And these freaks. God damn it.
My chaos curse subsided.
Finally. Ooh. I think that's almost definitely the one, right? 3 blocked hits is nice, but faster attack, especially when you have double,
Get going now.
is big sexy. Hollow or more Hera? I could probably trade it for Hollow's attack, huh? That could be kind of cool. Oh, what the fuck?
Just try and take my blood.
Oh, I should be blasting all these dudes with this shit. Almost Perfect movie involves time travel at will, but still remains a normal struggle to be everyday murder. Right on, right on. Fuck. I have moments where I really can enjoy time travel. In what the fuck? Oh, that's him being a vampire and literally just stealing my health. In certain shit like Ocarina of Time or whatever the fuck it is. But then it feels like there's certain times where time travel can kind of fuck with it, right? Or Chrono Trigger, obviously. These are obviously kind of old and very like lightly involved. Or I'd say even time travel in Dragon Ball. Sometimes it's kind of stupid, but
Olympus, I
I
accept
mean
this
whatever.
message.
I don't have to take it too seriously to enjoy it, you know. The expanding cast is kind of nice. Increased chance to do double hit though, especially when I already have the double hit, is kind of nice. As much as I also really want this, because it does do decent damage. It blasts the fuck out of him, but fuck fuck it. I feel like there's potential for this to be ridiculous. Echo here, right?
I have to go now.
Echo, is that you? Can I gift you, please?
Good evening to you.
Why won't she take my gift? It says that she wants it. Where the fuck is she? Maybe it's like light gray. No, it's there. She would welcome an offering, but she doesn't.
Good evening to you. You
Good
know,
evening.
you're never around when the boatman Charon's in the area. Fear not, for he's a friend. Always easy to talk to.
Alright, whatever. Manifest another Apollo boon? Yeah, let's go.
I won't forget this, Echo.
Gift her after the convo?
Even in a place of sorrow.
Oh yeah, because her fucking voice lines have to line up with whatever the fuck's being said prior.
Your burden yet, though perhaps this will help.
Oh, maybe not. They could have made it still work with that, but like... Whatever. Either way, thank you. Fucking based chat, based chatter and knower. Jesus Christ. Stumbling over my own fucking tongue. Alright.
Perhaps this will help. This will.
Yes, yes.
You're giving this to me.
Concave stone, okay.
An honor. An honor.
Based as fuck. Ooh. This is the cast I was looking at a second ago, but a higher level version of it. Ooh, standing in my cast for... I mean, the gray version of it can suck a dick, but this would pair well with this. Might go for the attack, which I'll also probably end up trading for like a heroic version of something else. Questionable, you know? Although, while this would like grab people in a larger thing, it just kind of, the fact that it gets bigger and smaller so quick. Whatever, let's get some more damage. Oof, more mana though inside the circle. No, I need better. Oh, wait a minute. This is a gray tier. Okay, here's the idea. This is a gray tier mana regeneration cast, right? Which I think takes like the bottom slot there. But I could trade it for a bunch of other ones to get it up to whatever epic, and it would be super high level version. But that's gonna take a lot of rooms worth of slots, right? Although I guess maybe higher potency ones versus a bunch of little shitty ones can in some ways be better. Wait, how much money do I have in total? 95. 12 per second is just not enough. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm curious what the concave stone does. Damn it, the moon power. Oh, the hammer will show up again. I hate to delay it, but it'll come.
Should be able to revive that bow.
Fuck me, I need health. It's not good. Oh, mini. We got extra moon power here. Reduce the cost on it. Cool. A little extra shields for insurance. Oh, we'll go for the... Oof, fuck me. That's a lot of damage. Just kind of immediately, but whatever, fuck it, let's do this. wrecked.
Now my reward.
Okay. What else do we got over here?
Fast my foes.
Oh. Yeah, having double hair is kind of awesome. Just because, like, legitimately everything that I hit is getting connected and fucked with. What the fuck is wrong? Okay, how far can we get with this? I mean, this would be kind of nice if I just wanted to start spamming it in trash mob rooms. But, oh wait, no. Increasing it by 2 seconds is kind of way more valuable to me. This would be cool if I also had piercing foes. I mean, I guess it's kind of cool even just without that, but it's not that cool. Okay, let's see what we could get from here. 2 more 40s, but in general, let's just say 40. Oof, another 40. Pierce. Nah, we're going for 40 plus 2 seconds. And then I'm tempted to get this just because it helps a lot in general. Balance out the bonus that I don't get from having it filled. And then if I really eventually want that and have the option and find like 4 or 5 more points, then we can think about that. But for now, that should be alright.
2 more to go.
I guess I could have gotten one of the other first nodes in that direction with the plus 40 per second. That would have been probably better, but whatever. Fuck it, you know? Oh. I don't feel like I recognize that attack. What the fuck? What the fuck? Show me the money. Only 100, eh? Kind of rough. Fishing in this blood?
Hide from me.
Gross.
Gotcha.
Sobi?
I called a Sobi.
Asabi? Get me out of here. Just mana? I mean, I kind of need mana, to be honest, but I can live without it, I think. I'll spend what little money I have. Fuck it. I may regret this, though. Maybe the Scorched Run?
Yes, I accept this message.
It's there. Although I feel like I'd probably prefer this, right? Sorry, yeah. Is it attacks? Special, here we go. So adding this to it and then having effectively like an echo fireball that goes after the Hera attack. Although the sprint, let me think. What bosses do I have coming up right now? Fucking what's his face? The dog, Cerberus. And then Kronos. It would be good against Kronos. But I'm like somewhat convinced I'll get another chance to get it. Or that regardless I could live without it. It's like a nice to have, but it's honestly better for the first, for Hecate, and then it's also pretty decent for the second boss. Whatever. I'm just gonna be greedy for power. Let's see. 20 armor. Or another boon level. Which is stacking up over here, but it's a bit lacking everywhere else, you know? Fingers crossed, land somewhere good. Which one was it? Oh. Oh, that's cool. Thing I just fucking got.
All these shades.
What up, bro?
Death to Kronos.
Totally. My thoughts exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
You're
Alright,
very
let's go.
vigilant, I'll grant you that.
Sorry, this is not not boss music at all. This is also not boss music. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Fuck it. Oh my god.
Count right now. You leave that dog alone. I can't.
Get wrecked. Oh, I did not mean to charge that. Okay. Oh my Christ, bro.
It's no use.
Oh my god. Oh. Finally got hit by something. Come back here. Whoa. Super not cool, brah. Woo! What's that? Get wrecked. Oh, and just for good measure. Oh, he fucking disappeared on me. What a piece of shit. I gotta hit him with a big bang. Just because he fucking getting out of the way of my blast with that doggy instant transmission. Fuck that shit. Let's go.
Made it back here.
Okay, nice. So I at least get the benefit of this now. Oh, what's the new keepsake? I'm sorry, what? After choosing a boon, 25%. of the time randomly take one more. Once though in total. So it's, oh, I guess it's a chance to get like one extra boon early on or something, and then change your keepsake to have a separate one and continue from there. That's kind of fucking sick. You can trade to this because you don't have 250 damage on you before that shit. Okay, I'm finally finding a thing I can enjoy or, you know, rely on or pursue or choose for this shit. Because this is alright. I do like this. This thing selectively works, you know, if you're like boss farming at the end. But even then, you fuck up one run and it becomes obsolete. Meaning you fuck up the run before the boss and it becomes obsolete. And then this thing is like clutching when you're fucked, and you know, moon power is kind of cool. But anyways, I'll take more heals, but let's go. Unseal. Home sweet home.
Gold coins.
Let's go.
We bid you a warm welcome to the depths of Tartarus.
Oh, what the fuck? Get out of here.
Damn it.
Fuck. Come here.
No traitors of the house shall go unpunished.
True, they are fucking traitors. Bunch of bitches. Motherfucker. Oh, what the fuck? I did not see that big ass swing coming. Not cool. Not cool at all. Can you chill? Okay. Oh,
Can't wait.
not okay. Nice. Oh, I just realized that this double attack combined with the one where you don't have the Omega and it like you get 50% faster, that would fuck shit up. And then with this 2x thing that I have somewhere, no, the other one, that's like a % chance. This thing, woo. Come on, Hades, give me something good.
Father, while I know this wasn't necessarily
Exactly like your brother. Such a cacophony occurred after you last visited.
Oh, she gave it back. He fucking gave it back to me.
perhaps they were concerned.
Blood and darkness. And you accomplished that which once took half the blasted strength of Olympus.
All on your own. Oh, I had some help.
I had their strength, if not this.
Ye shall seek vengeance with a...
Okay. Oh, new thing. Oh, it's just the one that I never choose because I don't like it. This is kind of cool. little healing, but it's diminishes almost immediately. Oh wait, no, this is the one I want. Just take out 20% of his health. Right on. The little curse thing you did there. Can I pet you yet? Oh. Okay, so no. And there's nowhere... Hold on, this is way louder than it needs to be for some reason. And there's no fucking... other options, huh? It's just the next door to this... the third room, I guess, or third last. Spoiling boss music, to be honest. Alright. Okay, here's the diversion. I guess maybe they give you one diversion per set path, but I guess it can just show up as far back as this, or far forward as this. Anyways, I need more boons, man. What the fuck?
Let's go, you sack of filth.
Oh shit. What is up? Do those coins do 20 fucking damage each? Jesus Christ. Yo, can you chill? I don't understand. Does that thing just have insane health? Jesus Christ.
Melted down in the name of Hades.
I guess it's time to finally get some mana regen. The increased cast size would be cool. The increased sprint would actually be nice. And dazing them so that they have a 20% chance to deal just no damage. Last 9 seconds. Actually kind of sick. But almost 20 mana regen per second is pretty unreal. Ooh. Any benefits of doing this? Probably not. I need the 3 palms.
Enough of that.
Alright, let's go. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh fuck, I didn't see that guy in the corner. That fucking range combo actually does work. Oh, hello? 60, okay. Now I'm having a bit of a dilemma. Is this swapping it back to Apollo, right? Oh no, it's just the +3. I'm sorry. I'm fucking confusing this for the other situation. This is +3 without swapping right now. So, like 16 instead of 10% would be nice for the double strike. 44 is, fuck it. 30 more % though on my special attack. I might as well, to be honest. Just push that shit even further beyond.
The honors, please, Phrenos. See you in the crossroads.
50? Hell yeah. And was there another? Oh. Fuck. I'm probably gonna die doing this, but I'm gonna have 10 health in it anyways, so. Oh fuck, I'm caught in the thing. Oh fuck. I did die. It's not good. It's not good. Oh. Did I? Oh, there he is. Jesus Christ.
Now then.
Well. Not my best work. And I have no gold buffs, so it's just exact cash. It's okay. It's okay. Cool.
It's no use.
Oof, I did not think I was gonna get stabbed by that. Yep. There's more? Okay.
Need to recharge.
Oh, motherfucker. Those giant spiraling circles, man. Yeesh. Yeesh. Quite a time to find a hammer. What the fuck? Is it a free one? With a fountain? What? Oh, I must have unlocked this with one of the recent upgrades. Fires 2 projectiles that seek foes? I'm sorry. What? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What? Plus 300 damage? Fuck, this is difficult. Double attack, double special? I can clearly like focus either one of those. Not this run, but I didn't realize you have both of those as an option to get double hit. If I had double hit with the channel, like Moonbird, that shit would be fucking crazy, bro. Holy shit. 40, this is gonna be like actually unusable to cast. That's kind of the problem. As much as I would like this a lot, I think, because plus 300% damage in a larger area would be amazing, but I have to think about the reality of my mana pool, which is not very high. And it already costs like whatever plus 10 because I'm using this. I have to go with number 1, double moonshot.
Grows in strength.
This works for doubles, right? No? Fuck! Ah, I'm pretty sure I could have, like, it hits 20 and then there's a pull around to the 60. I should have taken the other one. I'm gonna do this so I can hopefully buy some materials, because I don't even know that I have a chance to win this run. Maybe. I could just clutch the boss mechanics.
Quickly now.
I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. Ow. I mean, I guess I can kind of just melt things from a distance, which is nice. It's not incredible damage, but it's actually terrible. It's actually terrible. Alright. Well. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Their momentum was getting at least halfway over that shit. Not cool. Oh, what a waste. Yeah, this round is completely for the resources, and realistically I did start it with the intention of just at least getting the darkness from Hecate, but whatever. I'm not trying to cope and act like I didn't play the rest of the way through with the intention of winning.
This is it.
It's just kind of like, well, I could accept
Jill Boatman.
taking these three, right? Unless could go balls to the wall and fuck it. Can I afford this and the I'm literally $1 short? Is that what I'm looking at right now? Whatever's in the box, I think the health is gonna be more crucial. Fuck it. Also, good timing on that tune. Let's do this.
I'm home.
The Hades girl returns.
The Hades girl.
Receive
Ridiculous.
I was never going to do-
ours.
Let's go. Bitch.
There is no escape.
Cut pieces. Certain numbers that you forget.
Oh, what the fuck? I didn't think that was gonna touch me there. Hold up.
Score to settle, do we not?
It's like my hair's. Oh, I forgot I can't pause in this fight. Holy shit. Holy shit. I could definitely hit the D-pad by accident. That was amazing.
Expire.
Right now.
Chill, bro. Oh my god. I thought I was too fucked. Jesus, I guess I am. Alright. Well, I'm about to die anyways, so fuck it. Let's at least have some fun. Oh my god, double? Double in this spot, you piece of shit? This guy's. Fuck this battle.
Just what you get.
Fuck this battle and this attempt of it. Whatever. Like I said, I got my little darkness thing, so it's okay.
What's going on? What would you do? What? I can't. Very simply. Another prophecy.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Nevertheless, you have every.
What are you on about, Moros?
Right on time.
Nice. And I have 3? Almost enough for more.
Where'd Nemesis go? Up you go.
Let's see, what do I even have to plant right now? Just the one? That's kind of crazy. Special and Omega power. It's like plus base raw damage. Kind of dope. Kind of probably something I should invest in, but I already maxed out the first one for the staff, so I'm inclined to work on something like this first. I just gotta decide. Faster Omega attacks, so I could just be backstabbing the fuck out of everyone, which would be sick. And then whatever this parrying thing is, or a big ol' axe having crit. Which seems pretty easy to maintain, given that you have the spin attack and the whatever range special that smashes the axe down. I guess I'm further with Thanatos. Although I could just improve the classic Melanoe version of that. Recovery speed. This is actually interesting. Maybe more so than Thanatos, I should be focusing on this. Because that's what makes this item fucking suck. If it was fast? Fast axe sounds kind of OP, not gonna lie. Let's see what we got here.
Awaken hidden power.
I need more, right? A lot more silver. Fuck me. Guess it'll be a while before I farm more seeds. Okay. Yeah. I guess I could do Artemis before Thanatos. Oh, out of curiosity, let me just check what's here.
For him to serve the night, I would know her.
Oh. So I can redo the same run with the same staff, but as long as I beat the singing chicks now, with this on level 2 at least. Which, I guess like this. And then also, okay, I could do Cyclops with the backstabbing daggers. I'm somewhat tempted to do that first. So,
Forged by the fates.
take the aspect of Artemis. Do I upgrade it twice? Actually, what I should do is test this. Hmm. And then what was the option for this one? Fucking Eris. No, we're okay on that for now. Let's go with this, and we'll do, what is it? 1? Oh, 2. We can do these. We'll do the overworld real quick. Not with this keepsake though. Let's start leveling Echo.
The stone.
Wait. Okay, randomly take one more.
Olympus, here
I just need to beat the Cyclops for this. What the fuck? Oh. I was like, where the hell is the item? Each time hits the same foe. That's kind of nice. If you stack it on a boss, right? Bouncing is also kind of nice for clearing rooms, but... And then all for the special? Fuck. Oh, and this is only for the Omega special. Top one would be kind of nice, but I want to test what I can accomplish with this.
enchanted for the night.
Bitch, holy fuck, don't touch me. Alright, let's go. One sec. You just played. Actually, to be honest, all this Final Fantasy stuff basically already went through. Let's run this from... Okay. Some random 8-bit stuff. That's not where you're supposed to jump to. The fuck? Oh. What the fuck? Why is it hitting the little wagon next to me? That's a lot of magic restoration. We do like that quite a bit, to be honest. As much as I want some damage, it's not that impressive. Oh. Oh, that's what it is. And it happened on like the first attempt. It's a 25% chance to just give you another boon of that selected thing. That's kind of fucked. It could just give you something you don't want. Ooh.
Time to break through again.
I was sure it was gonna like drop another boon there. And then you could pick from another set of 3. Very questionable. But whatever, it is what it is. Alright, Moon, Hermes, Heart. And we can decide from there. Probably some fucking Aphrodite, but maybe Apollo as well.
That barrier's back up.
We'll start with the Moon, why not? Oh. If that hurt me, I would have been so mad. Oh, it did, you fucking bastard. Ow. Alright. The Apollo, like, just weapon slashing attack is like pew 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 pew. It's so weird. Let's gift her again. Why not?
To you, Selene.
Any chance she'll give me something like a bonus enhanced boon? Guess not.
I bid you shine for me.
Oh, prophecy foretold. Hello.
You have descended into Tartarus and must have seen what Kronos made of that most sacred place.
Okay.
The choice is yours.
Alright, beam, heal. Heal would be good, but you know how I feel about my beam. Beam it is.
On this phase, I can see you may direct the lunar ray.
You made it out before. Cyclops,
That's a ringing endorsement.
he's not my type. You never saw me.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Hold on, I can't hear. The tunes. Oh, why did it not just play the next song? Strange. Anyways, I'm also going to restart this, which I was watching last night.
Interesting, because I just filmed. I feel the last time I did this, like you've never. It's like the age-old saying of like there has never been a time in all of human history where a person went to the gym when they weren't really feeling like it, and then they came home thinking like, wow, I really shouldn't have went to the gym. You always feel better doing it. Same thing with eating something or any other thing. But if you the logical processes prior to doing a thing, yeah, you can find so many reasons not to do a particular thing. Yeah. Yeah, so that's so interesting because I just filmed a lecture about this, but like there's this super cool concept from neuroscience called intentional binding. So I don't know if you're familiar with some of the... I've been looking a lot into like biological determinism recently. Okay. That's kind of scary, yeah. Huh? It was a little scary, but yeah, go ahead. What's scary about that? I'm confused by your reaction. Oh, sorry. Philosophically, biological determinism sounds like it could have a lot of scary crossovers with other things that people don't like to talk about, with the idea that your biology heavily predisposes you towards like preordained paths through time and space that are scary and a lot of people. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with like Robert Sapolsky's work, but yes, I've watched the whole. Yes, very right. Cool so a lot of prominent neuroscientists are big into biological reductionism. Anyway, so I was looking into biological reductionism and trying to understand it. So I dug into a lot of neuroscience, and I was looking at some of these, experiments that they actually talk about, where like you can sort of look at blood flow in the brain, and you can predict with greater than random chance which, like if
greater than random is a hilarious.
And I can press it with my right hand or my left hand, and I ask someone,
it's not nothing.
Tell us when you decide which hand you're going to use. So before you press the button, you have to say, okay, I've decided I'm going to press it with my right hand, or I've decided I'm going to press it with my left hand. And what they found is that they can actually predict, based on blood flow of the brain, in the brain, which hand you're going to use before you're even aware of it. So people will use these kinds of studies as arguments for the support of biological determinism. And the really interesting thing is, as I looked into it, I like stumbled upon some really like revolutionary research about something called intentional binding, which is what results in the repeat of an action. And the crazy thing about this is that we'll say like, okay, like we think that our actions are determined by the outcomes. So the reward that we get from our action is very deterministic as to whether we do it or not, right? So like if I do something and I get a reward,
I haven't tried this one yet, I don't think.
If I don't do something and I don't get a reward, I won't do it. That's the common understanding. The really interesting thing is if you look at the science of intentional binding, there are a few things that will increase the likelihood of repeating your action, even if the action doesn't work out. The really interesting thing is that this will increase the likelihood that you repeat the action, irrespective of the reward. So people have done rewards where, studies where there's zero reward or there's no difference in the reward depending on how you act. And one of them is literally reflecting after you complete the action. So even if you went to the gym and you say to yourself, this was awful, I never want to do it again, your likelihood to go to the gym will actually increase. Simply the act of reflection afterward improves the likelihood of behavior.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's to go back to the poker thing, there are times when you have to kind of, well, in poker, you have to completely divorce yourself. Truly, this is true of all of life. You should technically always divorce yourself from the results of a given thing, because what we really want to say is every analysis that you do of any particular thing is always perspective. We can never retrospectively analyze a decision we have to make in the future. And sometimes you'll make a bad decision, but you'll get rewarded for it, and that will increase the likelihood of making that bad decision in the future. Really common example of this is DUI, or not DUI, where just not getting caught, but just driving drunk. People will do it, and you don't get in an accident, so you kind of think in the future, like, oh, okay, yeah, I think we can do this. And because they didn't get the negative outcome from the driving drunk once, and the result was good, they got home, they didn't have to pay for a cab, they're like, oh, okay, I'll do this again. And the same thing happens in poker, where you might play a hand really stupidly, but you get saved because of the last card. It falls in the river, and you're like, okay, yeah, you know what, actually, I think I will do this. This is good. Or you make a really good decision, but then they get really lucky, like, oh, I'm never going to do this again. I'll never play aces. Yeah. People say things like that. Yeah, you have to divorce the results, which feels very inhuman. It's not what we normally do. Usually we're very results-oriented, but you really have to completely divorce the results when you're trying to figure out if you made a good or bad decision. That can be really, really difficult for people to do.
So that's a big aspect of certain spiritual beliefs from like Eastern. When I say Eastern, I mean primarily Hindu and Buddhist traditions. Mm-hmm. And then that's also something that we work really hard to train out of ourselves in medicine. So right, because like you can give someone the right treatment and they can die, but you don't want to. So there are lots of studies that show that overcorrecting for mistakes in the practice of medicine can result in bad outcomes over time. Mm-hmm. There's a very important bias where, if you do something and like someone has a heart attack, like that doesn't mean that you made a mistake. Yeah. But in the brain of a physician, we will weight that thing as more negative than it really deserves to be, which is part of what we do in this M&M conference, which is like, you sit down and you talk through things, and this thing happened bad, but it doesn't mean, just because something bad happened doesn't mean that you made a mistake. Yeah. We also see that in gaming. I mean, that's why I was, 1,000 MMR for so long.
Yeah, I would lose so many games, and it wasn't my mistake. It was the mistakes of my teammates every single time.
I see this a lot, especially with like win more strategies. Mm-hmm. So like there's like in Dota, there's like a greedy build that you can do where you make an item. I don't know if there's something equivalent in LoL where you make an item that gives you more money. So you're investing a lot, and you basically dump all this money to like make more money, which is fine if you're like an ADC or something. But sometimes greedy supports will build it, and then like what happens is in the few games that pays off, like in some games you just get rolled because instead of having like a useful item, you have this like economy dump. But in the few games where the game runs long and the item pays off, it feels so good. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh my god, if I hadn't built this item, I would have nothing right now. But it like helps you make a comeback, and there's a lot of biases in like how people play video games.
Yeah. Any game that has some kind of resources usually has. This is true of probably every single RTS and true of every single MOBA, where you can opt for strategies that let you build kind of like for longer term, but you could get destroyed in the beginning, or you could opt for things that are really strong in the beginning. And if you don't win early, it's like, oh god, this is going to be a miserable 45-minute game
versus whatever the fuck kind of rush.
Yeah. So, Steven, I have 3 different threads that I'm kind of interested in. Like, I'm curious if one resonates with you. Okay. One is you mentioned dismissive avoidant attachment. I was curious what you meant by that.
Show me the surroundings.
Okay.
Second thing is, you were sort of talking about plateaus and performance. Like you'll kind of like grind for a while and there's a spike. And it just reminded me of this concept that I first learned. I mean, I think that's generally true scientifically, but that I learned when I was learning Tantra, and I was given my mantra, which is that my guru told me that. So like doing a mantra, so there's this idea that like when you chant a mantra, you're manifesting the powers of the universe and whatnot, all that good stuff. And that the way that he described it to me is like kind of like irrigating a field, where you start at the field and let's say there's water. And so you exert some effort. Like if you, let's say the river is 100 feet away from the field. And then I dig my first foot, and then there's no water in my field. Dig the second foot, third foot, the fourth foot, the fifth foot. I can dig 98 feet of this ditch and irrigate 0%. And then once I dig that final foot, then suddenly 1 foot is worth complete irrigation. Okay. So this idea of like, grinding, and then there's a spike. So that concept I was like that popped into my head. And then the third thing was I was really curious about. I got excited about your like the philosophical implications of biological determinism because it sounds like you looked into that. I'm just curious what you think. Do any of these, and if you've got other stuff you want to talk about, I'm more than happy to. Those are just the three things that I got curious about as we've been talking.
Yeah, I mean, we can run down any of these three, all three, whatever you want to do. Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, we can. I like talking to you, so I'd talk about all three of them. We can go backwards to forwards because I think that would probably be shortest topics to longest topics, maybe.
Okay.
The biological determinism is an uncomfortable subject, mainly because of people call it race realism, but essentially there are very controversial ideas in the non-academic world and in the academic world that basically questions how much mean IQ differences between groups is related to these kind of like inherent, genetically determined, heritable traits related to G or intelligence. And I think that there's a lot of people are scared to venture into that world to ask questions, which means that a lot of the people that do venture into that world to ask questions have very strong thoughts about them that aren't always like scientifically based, but more politically or personally motivated, which is a little bit disappointing. But I think there's a lot of, I mean, on a personal level and on a societal level, it can be scary to think of how much your upshot might be limited by some kind of like biological container. Like, is it possible that I could never do a particular thing because I'm limited so much? Personally, I fall a lot more on the environmental side. I think almost anybody can achieve really high in a lot of areas, given like adequate training and everything. But yeah, that was just kind of, when you brought that up, that was my thoughts on that. That's a very controversial area. Yeah.
That's so interesting because I hadn't tracked onto those concerns. So this is also because of my background and what circles I run in. But when you say I don't think biological determinism is genetic. So I think this is like really an important distinction. So when you say it's more environment, I think that's absolutely the case. So here's my understanding of some things, and these may be wrong. The first is that mean IQ is much more variable within a population than it is between populations. So you can take any ethnicity. Like the reason that everyone in the United States thinks that Asians are smart is not because Asians are smarter. And I remember my first day, my intern orientation at residency at Massachusetts General Hospital, like 30% of the room was like South Asian. And I was like stunned. Like I walked in and I was like, what is this? Like there's so many brown people here. And what it is it's a selection bias. So there's like a billion people in India, and the ones that ended up emigrating to the United States are people who have a certain, like, not even IQ, but they have a certain like professional capability. There's a huge selection bias. I think we have tons of studies that show that one race is not smarter than another race, or one ethnicity is not smarter than the inter-ethnic variation far outweighs the intra.
Never seen that turtle shell before.
Far outweighs the inter-ethnic variation. Second thing is that biological determinism, I don't think, is talking about primarily genetics. I think what their point is that if you look at human behavior can be tracked back to neuronal activity. And neuronal activity...
Oh, never mind. Okay, hold on. I just completely understood. When you're talking about biological determinism, you're almost like wrestling with this kind of like dualist thought of or like, how do we trace where human behavior comes from? Does it originate in some other place, like a soul or an abstract consciousness or whatever? Or is it, okay. Now, when I think determinism, I think of like path. So like, are you a hard determinist? Are you a soft determinist? I'm thinking like philosophically on that path. And when you say biological determinism, I'm thinking like a deterministic path from birth based on biological characteristics. Okay,
well, no. I mean, you can even make that. You can make that argument sort of, but I think that like what we're talking about here is that like, so let's say like you look at someone who commits a crime. So there are philosophical implications because like if you look at that moment where they commit the crime, their neurons are activating in a certain way. Do they really have the exercise of choice?
Explore that for the special
move. So this is where like, does choice
like
exist?
A range chain lightning?
And if you say that choice, what is the manifestation of choice? Is there some consciousness, or is choice simply another part of your brain where neurons are undergoing action potentials? Because those neurons undergoing action potentials are also somewhat deterministic. There's some randomness to it, but it's not like the person controls the randomness. Basically, you have a bunch of like sodium and potassium, literally sodium and potassium ions that are floating around between two cells. And if enough sodium ions touch and not enough potassium ions, and there's a balance between the two, if the balance tips a certain way, the neuron will activate. If the neuron activates, then it'll cascade down to these things. And so does a human being really have control over their actions, or is the control of their actions an illusion? That is actually still, and then this is where environment shapes all of those biological things, absolutely.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it was a lot of what you reacted to was a different understanding of the term, which I think could be fair because maybe I'm using the wrong one. I don't know.
No, it's fine. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Second thing was plateaus and breaking through plateaus.
Yeah.
Yeah, my experience, the music thing comes up again, and then I think in StarCraft it was the same, is it feels like as a human when you're practicing or training at something, you tend not to make like kind of a little bit of progress, and then you'll have these little spurts of growth where maybe you've been practicing, chromatic scales or playing sevens or whatever, and you're kind of like improving a little bit, and then for whatever reason, like one day it just like really clicks and you're just like killing it, and you can you bump your metronome up 8 or 9 points, and you're just so much more in the zone. It feels like a lot of human improvement is that way. I don't know why, but yeah.
Okay. And then third thing was dismissive avoidant.
Yeah, I'm a hugely dismissive avoidant person.
What does that mean?
I feel like I have a very aggressive like public-facing persona. So for debates, for Twitter, for everything else.
Why did the fucking health just disappear?
I have a very, very hard time asking for things, making criticisms, having confrontations with people. Like my MO is usually to just like I'll just avoid this person until they go away, or like or figure out a particular thing myself and not like make any asks or requests of some other person. I have a really hard time doing that with people. I don't know why. It's very annoying.
Is that something you want to talk about?
If you want to, sure, yeah.
What do you want to talk about? So I've offered 3 topics. I mean,
I have a very, very hard
time. I hear this again.
Asking for things. Improvement is that way. I don't know why, but yeah.
Okay. And then third thing was dismissive avoidant.
Yeah, I'm a hugely dismissive avoidant person.
What does that mean?
I feel like I have a very aggressive, like public-facing persona. So for debates, for Twitter, for everything else, I feel like personally, I have a very, very hard time asking for things, making criticisms, having confrontations with people. Like my MO is usually to just like I'll just avoid this person until they go away, or like or figure out a particular thing myself and not like make any asks or requests of some other person. I have a really hard time doing that with people. I don't know why. It's very annoying.
Is that something you want to talk about?
If you want to, sure, yeah.
What do you want to talk about? So I've offered 3 topics. I mean,
true, you're right. We can talk about that. Yeah, sure. That's probably like the biggest area of my life that I need to. Hold on. You've asked me like 3 times. Do I want to talk about it? I keep saying we can talk about that. Yeah, I would like to talk about that. Yeah.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
So is this interaction right here a manifestation of what you're talking about?
Yeah, a little bit. Instead of me giving a direct, like, hey, I would like to talk about this, I'm letting you take the wheel. I'm like, cool to go along with whatever. Yes.
So you were indicating, because I feel actually like, so yeah, so much. I mean, so I think let's talk about it, but if I can share just my experience of this. So first thing is you said, like, let's talk about these in reverse order because, like, the earlier one will take longer. I was confused by that because I was actually assuming the opposite. That dismissive avoidant would be a quick conversation, like, and then we would like get into this deep philosophical discussion about biological determinism that would last an hour.
That would be an easier one. This is a huge personal problem I have in my life that I think I've had probably for my entire life, so I think it impacts me the most right now.
Yeah, and then the second thing was I wasn't quite sure, like, I was a little bit confused about the direction, but now I think I understand, because I was feeling like I have to give you options of things to talking about, and it felt very strange because usually our conversation doesn't go into like this kind of stuff. So, yeah. So it sounds like you. And why do you think this is dismissive, avoidant, and attachment?
Oh, I don't know. I've read through some of the attachment styles. I was kind of like meme on that one. I don't actually know which one it would map onto. It would be insecure or whatever. Yeah.
So it sounds like you have difficulty with confrontation in real life. asking for help.
Yeah, those two things.
Why is
yeah.
that shit doing so much damage? Holy shit.
The confrontation is more specific. Like, I have no problems like fighting with people. I just have problems asking for things or giving expectations on things. It's very difficult for me. Yeah.
What do you mean by expectations?
Like if I feel like somebody is like failing to do a certain thing, or if I feel like somebody's like treating me kind of poorly, I have a really hard time like making a request like, hey, chill, like establishing boundaries, like stuff like that.
The testament of night.
What makes that hard for you?
Observe nearby.
Man, I don't know. I've thought about it a lot. It feels like it comes from a place of insecurity. Because that would be my default assumption is like, okay, well, you don't want to ask a person this because you think they'll say no, but it doesn't really make sense. I don't necessarily think it does. I don't feel insecure about the friends that I have. So then I was thinking maybe it comes from a place of independence, and that like, well, I feel like I'd rather just do this myself, but you can't do everything yourself, so that's not very like reasonable. Then I wondered if maybe it comes from a place of like unreliability. Like I feel like if I do ask somebody for another thing, that it's not. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I truly don't know. I bounce between a lot
on
of
the
these
mark
things
of
sometimes.
250. That's strange.
I don't know 100% why. Because it seems like a really easy, stupid thing to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to say that there is potentially an easy thing that we can learn about how the mind functions that maybe would actually help you quite a bit. But let me. I have an idea. Or I guess I can say it now. So I think that I see this a lot with people who are actually highly intelligent and have like done a lot of self-development work where you're looking for a answer, but I think it's an issue of state, not trait. So like here's what I'm envisioning, right? So you're like looking at yourself, oh, like, so if I have difficulty asking for help or like setting boundaries like that, many people that involves insecurity, right? And so then you look in yourself and you're like, am I insecure? And you're like, well, no, I'm not insecure, right? So then it's confusing. Like that's not the answer. And then you're like, okay, maybe it's about independence. Like, I'm not quite sure what you meant, but let's just assume for a moment that
I might need to
you
run and
don't
grab a
want to
snack
be
in a minute.
dependent on anyone else, so you don't
just
ask
check
them
one
for
thing,
help,
though.
and you want to cultivate your own independence. But you're relatively independent. So it's like, am I a dependent human being? No. So then it's like kind of confusing, right? Because you'll come up with hypotheses, you'll do a logical analysis, and then you find that hypothesis doesn't really track. Would you say that is a faithful representation of your exploration of this?
Yeah, to some extent. I mean, obviously, I try to think of it like multi-factor. Like, well, maybe it's different for some people, or maybe, maybe there's like a combination of things. But it doesn't get me any closer. It's more the same thing you're saying, but I might think of like two things at a time, or maybe it's a combination of things, but I still don't.
No, but see, the point there is that you're thinking that there is a static answer instead of fluctuations within the mind. So insecurity, when you describe it, it sounds like a static quantity.
Okay.
Like you play D&D,
What's
right?
that? What the fuck is the
So it's like you have an insecurity stat.
Icarus?
It's like it's a static number that does not fluctuate. So in my experience of like really understanding the mind, a lot
Prime
of what
it for
confuses
more
people
damage?
is that they don't occupy the same mind the whole time. The mind itself changes. And then an insecurity will be dormant and then will arise and then will go dormant again. So you can look at your average security and you can say, oh, like this person is
awesome.
very secure with themselves. And it kind of makes sense, right? You can take someone who's very, very confident and stuff like that, and you can stick them in the one situation where like their insecurity is exposed and then like they feel super insecure.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I'm aware of this in other areas. When people talk to me about like, do you think I should be a streamer or a YouTuber or whatever? Usually my go-to is make sure that when you evaluate this particular thing, you keep in mind that when you're evaluating it, usually you evaluate it from a very happy state. But you need to think of like if you're miserable or depressed or upset, you also have to be ready to function in that state too. So I guess, I'm aware conceptually of this, but I guess I don't really apply it to myself as much. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so let's...
Priming it for 20 seems...
You want to tunnel down further?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Kind of worth.
So let's talk about our interaction. So
Okay.
when I asked you, what do you want to talk about? You kind of keep saying whatever I want to talk about. Do you have a sense of what's going on in you internally when you say that?
Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like I feel like I have a a sense of like wasting your time, I guess, which seems
Yeah.
kind of stupid. That's so like going from shortest topic to longest topic means that we can cover the most ground basically, so we can get through at least this and that if you want to. Yeah, I guess maybe that's like the internal sense or whatever.
Yeah, so wasting my time. So how do you feel about it?
Like in general or specific to that, or
Yeah. Like what comes up when I ask you that question?
the first thing, I think you're one of the best conversationalists I've ever seen. I think I told you that privately, and I've said it a lot publicly. I think you're really good at the Sneeko conversation was really, really well done. You're probably the best guy. Yeah, it was an amazing conversation. To see you take somebody who's so hostile and in like 2 minutes you're like just
60?
so on their side, and I don't even think they realize. Yeah, it's just very, very, very good at that. Yeah.
Okay.
I also think you're very genuine. I've never heard or seen or witnessed anything different. So I think there's another issue that I have is that rationally, if I'm exploring a
It's a lot
topic,
of healing.
maybe it's a lack of trust. If I ask you to talk about something that you don't want to talk about or that you feel like would be a waste of time, I think you would say it. Rationally, I know that, but I guess emotionally, I don't feel that way. Maybe I have an issue with feeling like other people might just be humoring me.
Special delivery.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Is this
they just
is this a
dropping off
common
booze?
experience? So this is a common experience you have with other people, right?
Yeah, I think I'm usually like socially, I think I'm a big people pleaser.
Tony,
Like I'm very
ooh.
good at like kind of orienting things in the directions that make other people happy or that people enjoy. So
Fuck it.
conversationally or socially, yeah, I'm very good at that.
So
Then I have a harder time staring in my direction, yeah, or I just don't.
I do this with caution.
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed that talking to you felt different today.
Okay.
Like I didn't feel like until now we
wonder
were
if-
actually like had a good flow. It felt like
I wonder if this is the first conversation that they had since he started taking ADHD medication. I think it might be. I think he talked about that earlier in the first 45 minutes that I watched yesterday. But give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to quickly run and grab. Oh my god. Thank god I didn't fucking fuck up the timestamp there. Yeesh, that would have cheesed me off. Alright. I will be back in whatever, 1 minute at most. Yo. Your boy is back. It's like, check a quick DM. Okay. Not crucial. Not important. Alright. So you're saying feels different talking this time.
I noticed that talking to you felt different today.
Okay.
Like I didn't feel like until now we were actually like had a good flow. It felt like the questions we covered a lot of topics. We were like boom, 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 boom. It's like let's have it like let's talk about this, let's talk about this, let's talk about this, let's talk about this. So it felt to me like there was some kind of other layer as opposed to like in the past we'll just like kind of vibe. And
I wonder if it's, well, on one hand, just spending so much time on Wikipedia and being so kind of like detail and note-taking history mindset. Basically, like the way that he's been studying, the way that he's been pinning things on a timeline, and just kind of breaking things down in such a whatever fucking, I don't want to say necessarily a methodical way, although I guess in a lot of ways it is. Anyways, I wonder if it's the Wikipedia arc, or if it's the Vyvanse arc, or if it's just the combination of both that's like shifting his demeanor or overall energy in the conversation.
I hadn't felt that, and I please don't take that as a criticism, but I think this is maybe what we were kind of stumbling into, because I do, and maybe it was the same in the past, but I felt like I was dealing with some kind of internal objective in your mind in our conversation that I couldn't tease apart.
Okay. To be fair, that could just be that he came with like more loaded into his mind in those other conversations, and this time he's more just like, cool, I get to talk to the guy.
And so what's your understanding of why you're a people pleaser?
I don't know. I mean, it's incredibly beneficial. Hopefully in a non-manipulative way. Like, I think people that spend a lot of time talking to me, personally, I think I do really, really well in almost all social interactions. I have since like a pretty early age, at least from high school and onwards, where I've really thought about social interactions. So it seems to have like well, I guess as all maladaptive behavior do. In some regards, it has a lot of benefits to it. And that I feel like I can talk to a really huge variety of people and leave a very positive impression in most people's minds.
When did you learn that that's important?
Around high school, for sure.
Can you tell me about high school?
Hopefully these aren't all fucked up. About to find out.
I don't know. It's hard to imagine. But I feel like the way that I process interactions and emotions is like is a little bit off, or sometimes non-existent. It's hard to tell. But I noticed in probably early high school that the way that I talk to people, or the way that I prefer to be communicated with, is not the way that other people prefer to be communicated with. So there would be how to have warm conversations, how to pay attention to somebody, how to use somebody's name in a conversation, how to remember certain details and like bring them up, and like for caring about people and all these are like a lot of things that I had to focus and think about and learn, because for me they meant absolutely nothing, and usually they were irritating or I didn't like them, but for other people they were really important. So I think I started to track a lot of that more in early high school and then onwards for social interaction. That sounds really sociopathic. I hope that made sense. Sorry.
I think it made a lot of sense.
Okay, gotcha.
That didn't sound sociopathic to me at all.
Okay, that's good. All right. I tried to talk to a high school teacher about this, and that's what he told me. I was like, okay, never mind. Yeah.
Your high school teacher told you that's sociopathic?
Or he felt that it was something that I would grow out of, and it just seemed very weird. Like I remember one of my biggest complaints growing up was like the idea of I live with my grandma.
That seems
when
like
I
a
was,
healthy thing to say to a
16
kid.
onwards, and the idea of like her staying up and waiting for me was literally the most irritating thing in the entire world. And I tried to explain that like the idea of having somebody waiting for me to come back, like just go to sleep, whether I'm
actually true. It's like, I'm just out doing my thing. You being up is not going to protect me from whatever you are getting anxiety about. Like if I get shot or some shit, you being awake right now and like all the time just like ruining your sleep while I'm out trying to chill is not saving me. You're not gonna, like, you showing up is just gonna be a liability, a concern. And it's like, what? You think I'm getting in like gang fights and shit?
Dead or not, it's not gonna make a difference if you stay up or not. And the fact that you're waiting on me is driving me crazy. And I think I explained that concept, and he was like, "Oh, well, that seems like a very insensitive thing to say, and most people appreciate that." And you know, blah, and I was like, "Okay."
What an idiot.
Tough to imagine, but easy to remember.
Tough to imagine. Oh.
I asked you about high school, and you said that sounds it's tough to imagine. But I mean, that's so interesting. Like, what do you remember? What irritated you about your grandmother staying up for you?
Irritated me, man. I think I'm just a very independent person. Like, I just want to be. It's funny, I guess, because it's kind of manifested in my streamer life to where when I started to become popular.
It's not even about being independent. It's just like, I care about you, you care about me. I don't want your care to turn into useless anxiety, and then that become pressure on me. Like, I need to call and text, oh, I'm safe, I'm okay, don't worry. Oh, 1 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock, it's 3 o'clock, don't worry, I'll be back home. You're sitting there at home like, well, you would have slept 4 or 5 fucking hours ago. You're not up doing shit, or like don't want to be up doing up shit, but you are, because I'm out.
Popular as a streamer, social events and cons and stuff were very stressful because I'd be getting messages like, "Oh, everybody's waiting for you," and blah blah blah, and it's like, holy shit! Like, I don't want. I guess it's manifest in relationships as well, where I don't want to feel like a sole source of entertainment or whatever for a person. So yeah, for cons, I would start telling people like, listen, if I show up, okay, it'll just be a happy accident, and we'll all have fun, but don't rely on me. I'm not going to be anywhere. I'm not making plans. Who knows if I'll show up or not.
Who is this again?
And then yeah, I guess for grandma stuff, I just kind of want to be out there doing my own thing, and the idea there's like somebody waiting for me that's like getting stressed because I'm not in the right place at the right time. For in my mind, it's like very stressful.
Well, I'm not.
Maybe it's because earlier for my parents, they didn't keep track of me at all, so maybe I just kind of grew up with that feeling very independent. But yeah.
You don't want people to care for you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Did I miss?
We're not. For cons, I would start telling people like, listen, if I show up, okay, it'll just be a happy accident, and we'll all have fun, but don't rely on me. I'm not going to be anywhere. I'm not making plans. Who knows if I'll show up or not.
That's actually me in a lot of ways too. I'm just like, if I'm there, great, and if we have time or if I have the energy for that shit, cool. But if not, my bad. Don't worry about it. Don't take it personal.
And then yeah, I guess for grandma stuff, I just kind of want to be out there doing my own thing, and the idea there's like somebody waiting for me that's like getting stressed because I'm not in the right place at the right time. For in my mind, it was like very stressful. Maybe it's because earlier for my parents, they didn't keep track of me at all, so maybe I just kind of grew up with that feeling very independent. But yeah.
You don't want people to care for you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Am I mishearing the line before this?
I just kind of grew up with that feeling very independent. But yeah. Stuff I just kind of want to be out there doing my own. And then I guess for grandma stuff, I just kind of want to be out there doing my own thing, and the idea there's like somebody waiting for me that's like getting stressed because I'm not in the right place at the right time. For in my mind, it was like very stressful. Maybe it's because earlier for my parents, they didn't keep track of me at all, so maybe I just kind of grew up with that feeling very independent. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dr. K kind of inserts that.
You don't want people to care for you?
I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sounds like it.
Maybe it's because I think it stems from a place of not being genuine, maybe. So like growing up, I started to choose things to do because I really liked doing them. And I didn't need my parents to like sign off on things. So for instance, for band, so music was a big part of my life in high school. And I think I think it was just my dad, I think was left, might have showed up at one concert. And I was irritated when he showed up because I was like, why are you even here? I don't think you even care about this. Like, I don't need you to be here to like come and like clap for me or whatever. Like, I'm doing this because I like to do it. And I don't need you here to like be here one time to show that you're just like, yeah, like that, like just the idea of that. Yeah, just drove me crazy. But I don't know why. I don't know if that's very rational or not, or if that's just like kind of part of my.
How often would your dad come and clap for you?
Very rarely. But they were yeah. My parents worked, and there was a lot of stuff going on there.
So.
I'm having troubles this side right now. I feel like my special could do quite a bit more if each hit did plus 20. I'm thinking 50 would be cool. But is it even that much? Oh, it would be cool if it's 50 per hit. Right? Instead of... Although, be 20 no matter what. These are 50 only on the charged up ones, but... Fuck it.
How did I know?
Thanks.
How do you understand... What is the advantage?
Also, I had Oreos that... Whatever. It was given. I didn't fucking buy. And they were unsealed, but like... Not at the top, just the fucking top of the fucking whole thing was like cut open. So not the face of it that you're supposed to open. But whatever. So I threw that shit in the fucking fridge. And it tastes fucking weird. Just a little bit.
Damn it, Destiny. Damn it,
What?
see. Nothing. We're getting in. What's the advantage to... What do you think the child gains by not needing their parent to clap for them?
You want just the pros? Do you want the pros and the cons?
I want the pros.
The pros are an incredibly
Let's go.
high sense, assuming that you go in the right direction. The pros would be an incredibly high sense of internal drive, probably a high degree of resilience with lack of public support, hopefully a lot of like self-confidence or self-esteem because you don't need the external validation, I guess, to push through things. Probably ability to pursue projects like on your own or with more responsibility yourself. These are things I hope. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to add one more to the list.
Oh boy.
The answer that I was looking for, which is that
Oh, shit, okay.
if you don't need him to clap for you, if you don't need him to clap for you that one day, that also means it doesn't hurt and he doesn't show up the other 9.
Yeah.
Right? So like all this internal drive and becoming a better person and independent, like I think that's actually down, like that's like further down the, that's distal to what I
Second,
think.
third order. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Right, so I think those are. I can see how those adaptations, like that strive for independence. But basically, it's like, if I don't feel good when you say yay, I don't feel bad when you say nay. Right.
Correct. Yeah.
And so I think it's like protecting yourself from hurt by not caring about other people, because if you care about other people, like then they can hurt you.
Being vulnerable? Ugh.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Fuck that.
Although it seems like at this point I feel like kind of insulated from that ever being case. But maybe because maybe there's not like enough
except
of an
when you're asking for help in your relationships, setting boundaries, and that's what I think is confusing about it, right? So
oh,
now,
sure. Okay, yeah.
Right. So this is the whole thing, is like you've grown into a grown Steven who is confident, independent, and capable, and within you there's a 15-year-old Steven who's not. And the analogy that I used with one of my
I want
patients
this and
is
this.
so one of my patients
I
was
could get this right now.
very successful in the field of finance, and they were at one of the top firms, and they were doing very well by all objective standards. But every once in a while they would like really struggle to like feel confident. We were trying to figure out where that comes from. And the analogy that we came up with is that there's a bumbling idiot that's in the basement. This is like a dumbass that you keep trapped down there, like you don't let him out. And every once in a while, like he'll sneak out of the basement and he's like in your house and he's bumbling around and he's an idiot. And that's kind of what would happen in his
My
mind.
other half.
Is that this old thing would come up and like control the way that he perceives the world, control the way that he feels. And he hated this person so much. So he tried to keep him locked in the basement as much as possible.
Okay.
Does that resonate with you at all?
Sorry, I should turn the game down a bunch. Stupid.
No, but I feel like I guess
too loud.
No, the biggest worry I have is that if you have somebody locked in the basement, maybe you don't know it. Maybe you drown the sound out. I spend a great deal of time, or try to, like going through.
A lot of people do.
The ways that I relate to people, or the ways that I associate with people, and
Myself
it's really hard to
included, I'm
pick
sure.
out sometimes. Like, is this a maladaptive behavior that I need to change, or is this a behavior
how would
that
I know?
is just like serving me so well in life that I shouldn't change it? Or yeah. I think we might have even had a conversation almost related to this like a few years ago, where like I've kind of tried to change something and I kind of like, nah, I don't think so. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to figure out what should change or shouldn't.
Yeah, so I think that's not how this is going to... So this is... I think this is a great conversation, because that's how a lot of people approach these problems, right? Is like, is this good or is this bad on balance? I don't think that's the right angle.
Okay.
So I don't think it should change or shouldn't change. I think it will change if you work on it. It'll disappear. Is that a good thing for your life or a bad thing for your life? I think on balance, it will lead to more peace. And I would say also, if you look at like an RCT of 10,000 people, it'll lead to performance improvement in most of them. In your case, I'm not sure, because this, oftentimes in very successful people, they have these kinds of psychological drivers that are internally painful but lead to external success.
Yeah.
But I have
the gift and the curse.
I don't think I've ever worked with someone who has regretted improving this, even though it costs them some amount of drive. And what I actually find is that the drive is...
There's a certain letting go, because you realize you don't need to be that attached to this little dream that you've attached so much value, or that has been built up to have so much value.
Doesn't really deplete, it just comes from a different place and is almost always healthy. Like I said, I can't think of a single case of someone who's like, I wish I still had this. Or
even that, yeah, the drive coming from a place of like peaceful inspiration versus a kind of anxiety induced inspiration,
whatever it is.
Although, to be fair, if you're too clouded by anxiety, inspiration's probably not coming through too clear.
Use the Sanskrit term samskar,
Okay.
which is like a ball of undigested emotional energy that lies like dormant in your mind. So yeah, any thoughts?
No, not yet. I think I've heard this.
Going.
Yeah, I've heard similar before. You might have even told me this before in the past, that like this is something that's worth figuring out. I think it kind of is to some extent. I guess it also depends exactly on what we're talking about too. Like my issue on the applied, on the most abstract level was, or the least abstract level, I guess, is being able to make requests of people, which is very hard for me. And you're saying that you believe that this stems from an over-reliance of self, or not trust in other people, or not wanting to be let down from other people? Am I summarizing that correctly, or tell me? Yeah.
Sort of. So I think there's more to tease apart, but like basically, like so here's what the signs are, right? So let's forget about you for a second.
Sure.
But like, I asked you about high school and what came out. This very vivid story about your grandmother.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, so that implies to us, like, well, let's take a step back from helping you with anything. Just understand, like, how can we understand the mind? Like, when I ask you about high school and some memory pops out, that's significant.
Okay.
Right? That speaks to the size of whatever is down there.
Yeah.
And so there's one angle of that, but there's two
some
two
emotional
angles
impact
here.
to keep.
One is that like you don't want people to care for you. You find it irritating.
Finally, let's go.
And why would you be irritated? My guess is that.
Phrenos, hypnotize.
Right, so you can absolve yourself of the whole thing. Like, I don't want you to care about me, because then it doesn't hurt when you stop caring. And I'd rather trade feeling good when you care about me. I'm happy to give that up, as long as I can get rid of the hurt too.
The fear
and
of
if
loss
you sort of think
and
about
pain.
it, right? So like, and you can probably, I'm sure you did, make some logical argument that
is one of those things, especially when you fall in love with someone, or if you have people in your life that you already love. But it's like everything that I gain by risking being in this relationship, I'm gonna have to deal with some amount of pain, even if it's not like divorce or like breakup sort of fuck. It's like death at the end of the road. It's gonna be this scary fucking insane thing where your attachment to that person is gonna bring you a lot of fucking suffering or anguish, but you're making the trade for all that other shit, all the good times and the memories and whatever before it's all gone.
And you even shared it with us, like, whether I'm dead or alive, like, it doesn't have to cost you sleep. Right?
Sure, yeah.
Which is like, objectively and logically, it's very true. It's also absurd. Right? So my next question is...
Yeah, well, yeah, it's stupid, because obviously people don't stay awake thinking they're going to intervene when something happens to you. It's because they're worried, and they will sleep easier knowing that you come home safe. Yeah.
And is it okay? Like, so, and then I'm sure in some part of your mind, you're like, worrying less is better than worrying more.
Well, yeah, It's that worrying is like a state of stress, which to my very basic layman understanding is probably not the best for your overall like state of being in terms of how the mind can potentially poison the body, I guess. But also specifically if you're cutting into your sleep over it, it's like, bro, of course that's actually negatively impacting their life. You have like work in the morning, or on Monday if it's like the weekend, and you know, maybe it's a Friday or Saturday night, doesn't matter, you're still fucking your sleep up or wasting and draining time away. It's just,
I mean, not necessarily, I guess it depends.
I get where it comes from. It's at the end of the day, it's it's like fear of, and fear of loss and a value of your personhood, either as like a parent or again a lover. That's really the only times where you ever get that kind of message, right? Like you'll say, "Yo, text when you get home" or whatever with a friend who's driving home late, like just let them know, like, "Yo, give a shit that you're safe, so make sure that you are, and let me know that you are." Especially when you're leaving super late, right? But like, I mean, 5, 6 in the morning, you know, it's clear highway, but you might be tired or whatever the fuck, or some accident could happen. But regardless, it's like I said, romantic and or parental figures that generally have this type of anxiety of like something terrible will happen to you.
Depends on what we're talking
So, like,
about.
what's wrong with your grandmother worrying about you if you're out?
I'm technically nothing, I guess, other than it makes me feel weird, I guess. Yeah, there's not really anything wrong with it.
Okay,
yeah.
feel well. Of course there is. Well, how does it? What feels weird about it?
Oh fuck! I should have chosen the other one.
Well, it's irritating to me that now instead of just keeping track of myself, now I also have to keep track of somebody else's feelings about where I'm at. So now I'm like managing multiple people's stuff when I'm trying to, I guess like live my life. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a whole other thing.
Yeah,
Right?
managing other people's
So what I hear
emotions.
there is a lot of responsibility for other people's feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I usually
yeah.
I don't want to be. Yeah.
True.
Do you
bro.
find yourself being responsible? even though
Fucking
you don't want to be?
time.
I can do it pretty well, but when it's not related to me, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. So in my prior relationship, she might have even spoken to you about this, I might have spoken to you about this, like a big issue that I would have is that like, if you've got a problem or you've got an issue or something that's really bothering you, I can help you with literally anything, but if your issue is with me, I have a really hard time doing that because it's a different type of thing, yeah. Somebody wants to complain, like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what's different about it?
What's different about it? I guess it's demanding from me a behavioral change that I feel like isn't worth it, I guess. So in the grandma example, it would be like, do I need to start coming home 2 hours earlier and then sacrifice anything that I want to do tonight because it assuages your worry? That feels like a behavioral change that I have to make. It's being dictated to me by somebody else's, what I would feel like are
Unreasonable.
irrational feelings, I guess.
Yeah.
Sounds really cold or dumb.
Well, yeah. It's not personal.
Where does that self-judgment of your stuff come from? I'm so.
What do you mean by self-judgment?
Like,
Or what stuff?
so you do this thing where it's you don't do this often, by the way. So when we talk about other things, you'll oftentimes add caveats, but they're not personally directed. Right? So you'll say like, oh, like I have this belief, but it's very possible that like other people don't have this belief. So you're very good at caveating, but the caveating isn't about you. In this case, you frequently judge the way that you see your thoughts as cold or dumb.
Yeah, I guess the issue is that I feel like my internal drivers.
I wonder, and I'm 100% projecting, but I wonder if certain individuals said that to him, but it's like ex-girlfriends or wives or whatever the fuck, people that it maybe felt like it had some validity from, or you like highly respected the person at the time that they said that thing. And then it kind of like infects your perception of yourself until you can finally cleanse. What do you call it again? The Klishna?
When I'm talking about my relationships with other people, or my relation to other people and behaviors and everything, I make statements from my perspective.
Oh,
but I think
what
I've
the
spent
fuck?
so much time in my life kind of trying to pull those back or realize that like I think this thing but this is not normal, so I have to be aware of that. So I'm just trying to like peg that. So when I say it, it's probably I think that's just what's coming out.
This is subtle, okay? So
Okay.
that's why I recognize your useful ability to second guess your thoughts.
Yeah.
Right?
A
That's
really
useful.
big manifestation of that would be I have a really hard problem with compliments for somebody I've been with for a long time. So if my partner compliments me, my immediate thought in my mind is like my partner might say like, "Oh, I think you look very handsome," and I'm thinking like, "Yeah, no shit, we're dating. Of course you think I'm handsome. Why? I don't need you to say that." But I know that's a stupid thought. It's not really a stupid thought, but I know that in the other person's mind,
fucking
you want to hear like
hilarious.
compliments from your partner because it makes you feel good because it reminds them of how they feel
Duh,
about you.
you
Like,
fucking
so
retard.
I'll have a thought, but I know that it's a very like not ordinary thought. I say it's stupid. Maybe I should just say it's not ordinary. Or other people don't think like this, so I can't project that. Is I think what I'm doing. I think when I'm caveating or when I'm
Interesting. Although I do, often call myself retarded and do that self-deprecating type of shit. And I think I even had Rezi push back the way that Dr. K is here. Hold up.
hedging or I know that it's a very like not ordinary thought.
Oh, yeah. I'll often not caveat, but cushion things and just being like, I get that I'm fucking weird. I'm like the one man out on this one. Just because, if you look at me, people have asked me if my background's a filter. No, motherfucker, I live here.
Doing. I think when I'm caveating or when I'm hedging or when I'm
Steven.
self-judging, I'm just saying I'm trying not to project it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, okay?
Go for it.
This is
Sorry.
because I love you, bro. This is going to make you sound stupid, but I'm going to
Okay, yeah,
ask
go
you,
for it.
okay?
Yeah.
So I recognize.
What
okay,
the
so
fuck
first
is
thing
that?
is when someone
Shit.
sorry, I'm getting emotional.
It's just going for the...
So when someone has difficulty with compliments in some circumstances, when someone calls
Where the
what
fuck
they
is she?
think and
Oh.
what they feel dumb or cold,
What?
do you think that tracks onto insecurity? Like, is that
Oh,
consistent with
I
someone
killed
who
her.
is
I
insecure
thought she got
in
me.
some dimension?
I was like, what the fuck?
If somebody says that they're uncomfortable receiving compliments, you're asking me if it tracks with insecurity?
And if they judge their thoughts as dumb or cold, when they feel or act or think a particular way, and they judge those thoughts in that way, do you think that tracks with insecurity? Those are the
Another
three
golden
things.
apple?
I think it could. I would have to see what the self-judgment looks like. When I say that, to reiterate what I said before, when I say that something is dumb, or I should say this, I shouldn't think this. I'm not thinking that like, God, I'm so stupid for having this feeling. When I say that, what I'm thinking is that like, I understand that I think about these things in this way, but it's very abnormal, and I have to be aware of that because if I start projecting that onto other people, people are gonna have really bad impressions of me. Yeah. Or have a very bad, I'm not going to be communicating accurately what I feel about somebody if I act the way that I would have somebody act towards me. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. So this is where like we also get into a weird space because respectfully, I disagree.
Okay.
I think that what I feel from you is that is what you said is absolutely correct. I think that is what has built on top of a kernel of something else.
Brutal.
Okay.
So I think this has been absolutely adaptive for you, but like it's weird to hear you say this, and maybe this is my perception that's messed up, right? Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but like it's so
Breathe,
weird
you
to
can't
hear
back
you
out of this
say
very fast.
that's dumb, because you don't usually talk like that. You're not usually so black and white. You're quite nuanced, right? So you'll talk about the shortcomings in your thought process quite frequently.
Sure. Yeah.
But
Yeah, like I
usually
said,
those-
I think it's part of what we said before. I try to be like very aware of like where my thought process sits in the world, and I try to like caveat or hedge. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
What I would encourage you to do is take a step back from that and listen to the music.
Okay.
Right? So like take a step back from like analyzing your thought process and like
What the fuck? How the fuck? Oh. You can unlock the ability to press pause in the last battle? You're fucking joking me! What an insane buff to put in the game. Like, how are you gonna play me like this, son? You kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's ridiculous. I'm curious. How the fuck do I get entropy?
I encountered mighty Heracles.
What's that?
He was quite.
Now I'll ask you. So now we'll pick a new topic, right? So like, try to listen to the music.
Okay.
You've met her. I must have missed it.
What is it like to be responsible for the feelings of others? What is it like to be
Sucks.
someone who can create worry or take it away? To create happiness or sadness? What is it like to
I'm
have
trying to
people?
think more. The first thing that pops into my head is just stressful, usually.
Yeah.
So stressful is an umbrella term that is
Okay.
commonly used when people are somewhat alexithymic, which means colorblind to their internal emotional state. Like, I get that it's stressful. Of course it's stressful. But what is the
Ret-
nature of it?
Emotionally retarded. Or, you know,
When you get
blind.
a text that a bunch of people are waiting for you at a con, how do you feel?
Fuck. Fuck.
I think that
Well,
the
it
stressful
depends, it
part
depends.
of that is usually the idea that there's like a thing that people want me to do that I don't really think I want to do it because I don't think it would be very enjoyable or very much fun for me. But I know that if I don't show up, a bunch of people are going to be like very upset or very unhappy. So then the stressful part is that there's like there's a branching
letting
path
people
where I can make a
down.
decision that would be fun for me or would make me happy. But if I make that one, a bunch of people are going to be upset or disappointed or whatever. Or I can make the other
Yeah.
decision, which is going to be irritating to me, but it would make all the other people happy.
It's like
So
reverse
I think that
FOMO.
dichotomy is something that is what results in the stressful feeling. Is that not deep enough, or is that too abstract still? Or
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about. I'll,
sorry,
I'll,
gotcha.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. Sorry,
like,
I could
I'll
be doing this
assess.
better for sure.
no, you're fine.
So look at you protecting my feelings.
Shut up. You don't even protect your fucking feelings. Okay, fuck off. You're not fine. Okay, I feel very upset now. Okay.
Okay.
He basically just called him gay.
Look at you when I call attention to the fact that you're doing something kind for me, laughing it off and making it.
Yeah, I
joke
can't
out.
ever accept compliments.
You
Yeah, that's like
can't.
a
Oh,
horrible, stupid. Yeah,
so
it's really
hard,
bad. It's really
isn't it?
stupid. Yeah, it makes
Yeah.
me very
Not
uncomfortable. I don't know why. This is a
happening.
really dumb thing as well. Yeah.
You did it again.
Yeah, because I should be able to accept a compliment. I don't know why I can't. It's
Should
very
be able
stupid.
to.
Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah, without it feeling weird.
He loves to like
What makes
catch
it
people
hard?
saying the naughty
I
word
truly
shit.
have no idea.
Okay.
It's like it's a super like that's like hitting
I
my
need more
knee and
shadow.
asking me why I just kicked you. Right? It's like
Okay.
a very reflexive thing. I don't
Okay.
know. Yeah.
Okay.
it's very
Okay.
annoying.
Are you? Is this conversation okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some fate fabric.
You would be able to tell me if it wasn't, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I'm trusting you there. Okay. I can't read your mind.
No, I
so-
understand. Yeah.
fucking
I don't think I've
I'm
ever had a
aware.
conversation that I'm not okay with, so it's hard for me to imagine if you would bring up something that was okay. But I think I would just say like, yeah, we should talk about this offline. I think I trust you that if I wanted to talk about something offline, I think you would tell me.
Yes. And so I know we've had that channel of communication in the past. So just okay. So I feel good.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to.
Okay, let's make
So
some more
when a
shadow
bunch of, so
extraction.
now you have a choice between their unhappiness and your unhappiness.
Yeah.
And which one do you choose?
Oh,
Wait, what
probably
was that?
theirs. It feels like you described so much of my life. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's smoke a
So
ball real
let's
quick
go
too.
back to-
Then we'll do another run.
So when a bunch of, so now you have a choice between their unhappiness and your unhappiness.
Yeah.
And which one do you choose?
Oh, probably theirs. It feels like you described so much of my life. Yeah. Whose unhappiness are we choosing between? What a horrible predicament. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's rough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, obviously, yeah, that sucks. You're either letting down people that I guess ostensibly are relying
a
on you for
story,
something. Right?
Stephen.
Tell
about
you a story.
like I want the story that like when you're like, oh my god, I'm choosing between my unhappiness and someone else's unhappiness. Tell me that story. What comes to mind?
I don't know. It feels like almost every. I mean, like the really obvious one would be any particular story relating to people that want to hang out at a particular convention. Me giving, I do way too much like implicit acceptance or denial, so I don't real. Okay, well, I can. Jesus. Yeah, I guess like a couple weeks ago or maybe a week ago, a few friends I think wanted to go out. I think kayaking, and they were staying over here, and they messaged me in the morning, and I was flying back from another thing, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna not respond. And then when I flew in, they were like, oh, like, are you coming out? And I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. I might need to stream, but I didn't actually like say no. And then I kind of just like push it forward or kick it down the road until like, oh, well, it's too late to go out now. Oop, well, I guess I just have to do this now. I'm gonna go work. There's probably a lot of interactions that end up like that. Yeah, that happened when I was in Austin. I think with another few people that wanted to hang out. I think it happened a few days, but yeah, these happen. Yeah, these interactions happen a lot.
What is the consequence of other people's unhappiness?
Feels bad. And your relationships probably
it's
suffer
a reward,
in some
I
way.
guess, because usually then they just like go away. So I just like get to keep working
It's
to do my own
rewarding.
thing. I guess maybe that's why it reinforces the behavior so much. Yeah. But I guess usually if other people are unhappy, then ideally, I guess, or hopefully they rely on you less and less for kind of like any sort of like stuff for that there. And then I just, continue to navigate.
Okay. So I'm going to go a little bit back. I mean, I get that. So I get the fact that, I mean, I call it a fact, but like, I can see how you don't water the plants. Like you're not gonna uproot a plant. You're not gonna kill it. You're just gonna let it die.
And how?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, depending on. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm kind of curious about is sometimes when people do this, they have some kind of consequence.
Ooh, I can afford this.
From unhappiness, which is not letting things die. This is your adaptation. So what we're trying to understand is, when did you learn that not doing this was a mistake?
When did I learn that not doing this was a mistake?
When did you learn that evoking unhappiness explicitly, right? So, because what you're doing is you're not explicitly disappointing people. You're just AFKing until they figure out you're not going to show up, which, by the way, is like such a common experience for people today.
AFK.
Like, I'm just going to like ghosting, right? Like, it's like so many of us just AFK until the shit disappears. And so usually when we see this kind of behavior, what happens is like there's a time in your life when you were not like that. You were definitive. It resulted in someone else's unhappiness, and then you learned, no, this is a terrible idea. Because if you want to change the behavior, and we haven't even decided that you do yet, but I think you do.
One more boon.
We have to understand how you learned this lesson in the first place. It's about unlearning, not learning.
Sure.
So are there times in your life where you've made people unhappy and you've been really punished for it?
I can't
When
think
did
of
you
it. Yeah,
learn to fear people's unhappiness?
When did I learn to fear people's unhappiness? Probably, I guess, probably came through my first two relationships, I think. As I was like doing school and work too much, my partners wanted to see more of me, but I like was either sleeping or working or in school, and I just didn't really have enough time. And then, so it probably would have been through my first two relationships. Yeah.
Okay. And what happened then when you weren't able to make them happy?
I just got really bad usually, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of very intensely physically abusive. Lots of cop calls and stuff. But I would say that I think I was kind of dumb. It's all good. We're cool now. But I think the pattern that I would basically fall into is that like I would become more and more disconnected. The other person would try to evoke a reaction out of me, and then eventually that would escalate into them kind of attacking me until I would respond, because obviously I had to at that point. Yeah.
Do I max out the Thanatos? I think so.
Okay. I'm going to need a second to process that.
Go for it.
Do you feel bad that I need some time to process that?
No, actually.
Okay.
I feel like I hope most people get this impression, when you say you need time to think, that's actually something that feels really good, because it feels like I'm saying things and you're actually taking a moment to genuinely consider them and then think of a response rather than just like going down. So that's flattering to me. Yeah.
One sec, let me just see what it's going to take to farm a bunch more. So, Eris with 4 on the Artemis, or whatever, the daggers.
So you don't want to be dependent on.
Also, Eris with the axe.
You don't want people to depend on
2.
I think theoretically I do, but only if our interests are like super, super, super aligned.
Those chicks.
So like if I have like
the band on 2.
Call it a ride or die. I don't know. If you've got somebody who's like, where our interests are like 1,000,000,000% aligned, or not 1 billion, it doesn't have to be completely, but if they're aligned on something, then in that point, like being relied upon is really fun for me because now I feel like I have a thing where it's like I feel strongly about this. This is a person whose like feelings or livelihood I want to protect, and I feel like it's in like an arena or a realm that I excel in, and like these are a thing that we're like mutually working towards. Like yeah, in those cases, I think it's really fun. I don't think I would avoid it in all cases. Just usually I feel like my I'm not as aligned, I guess, with the people around me sometimes, or people who've been in my life.
So I'm kind of confused. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like when you describe it, it makes a lot of sense. There's some things that I'm confused about because when I hear about a lot of your impactful relationships, I would think that those are the ones that should be ride or die. So the traditionally your most potent or important relationships, romantic relationships, parental relationships. Do you have siblings?
Yeah. I'm not very close to any of my family, but I've got
See,
like
that's what's kind of weird to me, right? Is that like when you say like, okay, like ride or die. So who are the people that normally in a normal life, and sorry for being judgmental and saying your life, I don't think your life is abnormal. I'm just saying.
No, it was very abnormal. You're fine. It's okay.
You know, like we think like, okay, who's ride or die? Like your parents are ride or die, right? Like they're the ones that are behind you 100%. Your spouse, your siblings, your boyfriend, girlfriend, like these are the relationships that should be ride or die. But for some reason, the ride or die and those don't overlap. Like it feels to me like those are like there's no Venn diagram there.
I mean, like my parents and my little
good
sister,
farmer.
which is probably like
I
my
guess I might
immediate
as well.
family, I would say, because all my older siblings are from other marriages, so they're like half siblings. Like I think my parents would do anything for me.
Yeah.
Regardless of mistakes they've made growing up, like my parents, and I've done. Hopefully, I've tried to do quite a bit for them over the past couple of years. And I think my little sister's similar. We're so different. We're just so different that the yeah. I think if like my life utterly fell apart and I was homeless and I like called mom and dad like, Mom, Dad, I need to live with you. I'm like, my life. They would like, my mom would be super happy. She'd be like, yeah, Steve, you come back. Yeah, my parents would super love me. I know. And then even my little sister, I'm sure would do, yeah, what she.
How are you so different from them?
Like how did I become different, or how am I different, like in characteristic, trait, quality?
I was thinking more of the latter, but either one.
Latter.
We're saving it for one more.
I don't know. I feel like
one, then we'll decide.
Do you know like color temperatures on lights?
Sort of. I don't know.
Like I'm like a 6,000 degree. I'm like a very cold, sterile. Like when you talk to me, like I'm very like dry, witty, sarcastic, intelligent, like biting. Like that's kind of like my character. Like maybe like a porcupine or a hedgehog. Like that's how I feel. And I would say that my family is very much like the conservative, religious, loving. Like mom is always like baking cookies, and you know, like they try to go to church, and you know, like those. Yeah, just very, very, very different in almost every regard. Like if you saw me with my family, I think most people that have seen me with my family think I'm like adopted. So, yeah, insanely different types of.
So it sounds like you're just, you know, and it's nice to hear that your parents. Sounds like there's a lot of actually love both sides.
Yeah, I think they're loving people for sure.
Yeah.
Like one of the biggest distillations and differences of behavior would be like when I go to clean up, like I'll take a trash bag and I'll go through my apartment. If I haven't used it in 2 months, I just throw it away. I think my mom has every single thing any of her children have ever written on since birth. Like that's just in terms of differences. Yeah, we're just very, very, very different people.
Different people, but it sounds like there's a lot of love that you can count on them. That there's a lot of good stuff there.
Yeah, for sure.
So kind of going back to like these social interactions and stuff. Are you don't want to be dependent on, so you're okay being dependent on in ride or die relationships, but how does it feel otherwise?
Whatever. Chaos off the bat? Fuck.
If it's something that I excel at, that I can do quickly, it's okay. But if it requires like a significant thing, otherwise, it just feels very burdensome, I guess.
What's so burdensome about it?
Burdensome about it. I don't know. It just feels like a lot of time, emotional energy.
This could be okay actually with that much knockback on each.
Not much in return. I don't really have very many friends though. So yeah, I think that's what makes it hard to evaluate too. As I'm talking about these things, a lot of these are like people that I would say like I'm friendly with, but I don't have very many like friends. But I feel like if it was a friend making a burdensome request, I don't think I would have a problem with that. It's like I live close to a guy. There's a guy called like Dan, and I think if I had like a random person and they were like, I really need a ride tomorrow to the hospital, and I live like 40 minutes away, like, could you just like pick me up, like, please? I would probably say, like, bro, I'll just shoot you money for an Uber. Like why would I waste my time with this? But I think if Dan asked me, like, yeah, sure, of course I can do that. So I think maybe it's more Maybe
Depends on your value.
Also, sorry, if
or
I'm
like how
going
much you
to
value that person. Obviously.
maybe the analysis I'm giving you of how I relate to people isn't necessarily like I treat everybody like this, but more so that like there are very, very, very few people I consider close enough to like make these types of, I guess, sacrifices for, or make these types of arrangements with. But I think for people that are close to me, I think I wouldn't have a
Plus
problem.
two
doing
all
that.
could be
Yeah.
good, but
Are
Sorry, go
you,
ahead.
so I know there's a meme about you being a sociopath. Like, do you think you're a sociopath?
I don't know. I'm trying to think about it.
I mean, so I'm not, I'm not diagnosing you then, but I don't think you're a sociopath. Like, I don't get sociopathy from you.
That's good. All right.
I get.
it's
I'm a
official.
diagnosed non-sociopath. I'm just kidding.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was fun. But I mean, what I really get the sense of is that like you feel, first of all, I don't know
What's
why,
going on?
but you feel so responsible for like randos. Like you don't want to inconvenience people. You don't want to burden people. You don't want to like be the result of someone's unhappiness. And maybe that's something deeper than. I mean, I think it's like
I'll use this well.
having a physically abusive relationship where they made you responsible for their happiness, and it's not so much about the abuse as it is like I think sometimes people, this is like one of the things I've learned as a clinician is like, when I work with people, oftentimes it's all the stuff leading up to the abuse where the real damage is done, right? So when things get abusive, it's like things are untenable, but it's like all the ways that you get shaped up to that point. Does that make sense? It's like all the little compromises that you make, all the little like, because it's not fucked at that point. It's like trying to make things work, and you give of yourself, and you give of yourself, and you give of yourself, and you start to like shape yourself into what they want you to be. But since they're so demanding, it's never enough, and then things escalate, and then you're like, this is crazy, I'm done with this. But that shaping happens like even before that.
Yeah, 100%. I can definitely sympathize or empathize with that point. Like if I was outside a bar and I got into a fight with some dude and, he ends up kicking my ass or something, like at the end I'd be like irritated, but it's not going to have the same emotional gravity as like a fight with a significant other where at the end it's like, Jesus Christ, like what brought us to this point that like I'm calling the cops, like this is like insane. Yeah. And that's probably a lot more emotionally related with a whole bunch of other things leading up to that point.
No, what I'm even saying is before the fight with the cops with your significant other. What I'm talking about is 3 months before that fight, there was something about you ordered pizza and they got pissed at you.
Sure.
Something insignificant that is actually quite emotionally shaping. What was the path before things got abusive?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And what I'm kind of curious about is like, so what's wrong with, and don't say nothing, don't say this is stupid. What's wrong with telling people, hey, I'm flying in today, and they're like, hey, do you want to go kayaking? You're like, I'm going to be flying in. I'm pretty tired, so I think I'll pass.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. That should be what I do. Yeah.
Remember, you can't say nothing's wrong with it. What's wrong with it?
There should. Oh, I can't even. Oh, wait, I have to like. What's wrong with it? As in, like, what it feels wrong to me, or?
Yeah, like why? Like you don't do that, right? So we have to reverse engineer. We can't say what should be. We have to accept what is there. Nothing's wrong. There's something wrong with it. Otherwise, you would do it.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I guess I feel like I'm letting the other person down.
What's wrong with letting the other person down?
Feels bad, man.
The person views me, I guess, as some sort of person that they want to spend time with or hang out with or have fun with, and I'm completely failing to, I guess, live up to that expectation.
What's wrong with that?
Expectations.
I have the gold.
Don't put that shit on me.
Feels like I fostered some kind of expectation in the other person that they can have that expectation of me, and I'm failing to live up to that, maybe?
Let me ask in a different way.
Okay.
Who's someone that you had an expectation with that let you down?
Fucking everyone? No, not actually.
Who's someone that you
spend
wanted
enough
to
time
hang
with
out
someone.
more?
Everyone gets a chance to let someone down. Just a little.
I don't know. I never asked. I just never make requests to people. It's a bad character trait of mine. Did I ask you to come on my? I asked you to come on my podcast, right?
No? Did you?
Did I bring that up in our last conversation? Or I might have brought it up, like, if you're in Miami, you should come by.
Yeah, I think you
maybe
mentioned something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. If I did, that took a lot of building up to do, because normally I just don't make requests of people ever. Yeah. But if I did, that was something I had to think about a lot before. Okay, I'm going to ask him this particular thing, because I always feel like I'm imposing on other people, which is stupid. I know I'm not. I just did the thing. Sorry.
Yeah, so good. Awareness, right? You don't have to fix it.
Yeah,
Just aware. aware, right? So notice that self-judgment. It's not dispassionate, Stephen. Do you see that? It's not dispassionate. It's
What,
like the judgment. It's not a logical analysis. It's a judgment.
Is it? I don't know if it is.
It is.
It's like, I'm
I mean, like
so
rationally,
I'm
it's
giving you
not
an
true.
answer.
I know I'm not imposing. I know you can say no. Like it's stupid to feel like. It's
Right.
an
So if
imposition for me to-
it's
yeah.
not rational, then what is it?
Emotional.
Yes. And judgments are emotional, not rational. Or this version. There's other versions that you can arrive at a logical judgment, but that's not what's going on here. Like that's the point, right? It's like it's so simple that it's like so sort of weird that, like, obviously you know that rationally it's not okay, but the crazy thing is that this is rational. At its core, it's rational, because emotions are. To conceive of yourself as your words, no human being is a computer.
Mm-hmm.
So a rational analysis of yourself must include emotion.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Right?
we're all
Your
subjective as much as we
And
try
so
to look at things
this
objectively.
reaction that you have is very reflexive. This is a
It just
vasana.
kind of is that way.
It's a mental habit. It is something that in CBT would be called an automatic thought.
Okay.
So let's kind of go back to this, because I mean, I think this is like, to me, there's a couple of really important things here. So,
Authority.
and I don't think you're sociopathic. Once again, I'm not clinically evaluating for antisocial personality disorder, but what I see is a lot of your coldness is actually like kind of compassion. Like there's another weird angle to this, which is that why are you so sensitive to not making other people unhappy? Because you know what it's like to being on the receiving end of that behavior.
Sure, but I feel like I don't think I agree with the characterization though, because I feel like if it was compassionate, I would just make the other decision and make myself less comfortable. I feel like at the end it just ends about being selfishly motivated. Like, oh, I feel
think
bad because I'm being
you've
a
gone
lazy bitch.
so
whatever.
far down the end, you've circumnavigated sociopathy and ended up in compassion.
I don't know if I agree with that, but
I know you don't. So let me
Okay,
toss
sure.
something out, okay?
Yeah, go for
I'm
it.
not saying I'm right, by the way. This is a
yeah, that's fine.
okay. So like, did you want your dad to come to your music performances?
I feel like the deeper question isn't like, did I want them to come? Maybe it would be like, did I want them to come? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because I think genuinely at the end, I don't really think I did. I didn't really care much about it, and then I would get annoyed if they'd show up because I feel like they're just there. Actually, no. I have been down the street before. I think the thought was that like I want somebody to come or I want somebody to do something, but only if there's like a genuine interest in the thing. Recircling, when we talk about compliments, and I don't genuinely like compliments, I don't like compliments because I feel like a lot of them are given in
feel like they
lieu
have
of
to.
something else or to express something
like
else.
they're supposed
so,
to
for
say them.
instance, let's say that I have a partner and we wake up and like, oh, you look really handsome. It's like, yeah, okay. That's like how I always look. Like that'd be whatever. But like, let's say that we dressed up to go out somewhere nice and like,
And
oh
you have a
wow, you look
reason.
really handsome in that outfit. That would feel better because it's like, oh, I feel like that's a genuine thing that you're actually saying, and it's not just like
5%.
an out of hand expression of
Come
some
on,
random
fuck
emotional
it.
state you have of me that like means nothing to me. So like, if a parent showed up to
No.
a concert and they were like, wow, you played
Fucking
so well,
bitch.
I'd be like, okay, thanks, mom, your dad. Yeah, obviously. But if they came up and they said something along the lines of like, wow, like I've heard you struggle with this piece for like 2 weeks and you nailed this solo on this piece here. Good job. That would feel a lot more fulfilling. It's like, oh, you are genuinely noticing what I'm doing. You're genuinely having an interest, and the compliment is reflecting that genuine interest in that thing. Yeah. Maybe that's everybody with compliments. No, that's not everybody though, because random shit all the time. But I think that's how I would, yeah.
Yeah. So see, there you did the second guessing or the self analysis, but without judgment, right? So there was no I'm dumb for thinking that.
Yeah.
So
Just other people.
next
were
thing to
fucking-
consider. So it sounds like the compliments have to be filtered through your own perception.
For me to like them, yeah. But that's probably normal, right?
I mean, I don't. It's
I think
not.
that's
It's
normal.
not
Yeah, they have
abnormal.
to hit you. Yeah, because if I were to walk up to a bunch of random girls, I'd be like, wow, your boobs are so nice. Like most girls are like, I don't appreciate that. I'm like, well, that's because you're filtering through your perception. It would just be, it'd be not
But I
appropriate,
mean,
right? Yeah.
my point is that like,
Giga
so I don't think that's normal. So it's
Okay.
common, sure, but I want you like, so the whole point of a compliment is like, this is what I think about you. It doesn't have to be tempered or filtered through what you think about yourself.
Now for the test. Well.
Now, I think it's very common when
Can I
someone-
wait? Can I hit on that for
Yeah.
a second? Okay, because I haven't considered this before, maybe, or this thought popped in my head, so I haven't like. Maybe I feel like when somebody compliments me, and it's not a genuine compliment, it almost feels like somebody's making a deposit that they're trying to withdraw on later, I guess. So if somebody gives me that compliment about like the music thing, or like they like a genuine noticing of something, and they say like, oh, blah blah blah, like that feels like, oh wow, you noticed something that's really well. If somebody's just like giving me like a random whatever, it feels like a social nicety or some transaction or some deposit that I'm gonna have to like, okay, well you said this, so I guess like somebody got me a gift for Christmas, and I have to get you a gift back. Maybe I think like maybe that's the feeling. It feels like a little bit more transactional or less genuine, or like
Feels like a debt.
Yeah.
It's a burden.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that I think is definitely tracks, right? Because like burdens you don't want. You don't want to be you don't want other people depending on you. You don't want to owe people things. You want to be independent.
Yes.
You don't want to be connected.
Yeah.
Connected.
So I think that is there. I think there's another way to think about it.
Connected is one thing, but codependent is another. You don't want to like have no human connections, and I know he values the ones he does have. However few it might be at any given time, but there's a difference between, although it could be in some ways like intrinsically tied, right? Because like the connection creates care, and that care creates worry, because if you care about something, then you don't want to lose it. So it's kind of,
And these things aren't
part of the
mutually
deal,
exclusive, by the
man.
way. Which is like, I know it's kind of weird, but like let's say I have, I'll use an extreme example, body dysmorphia. And you look at me and you see someone who is a 10 out of 10. Now you say that to me, and since I have body dysmorphia, I dismiss what you say. Right? So this is like filtering a compliment through my own perception. Now, is this common? I don't know what you mean by the word normal. Is it common? Quite. But I don't think that, I think that generally speaking, and now we get to this thing again, that is also common in people who have an insecurity. So when you feel insecure about something, you have difficulty accepting compliments about it because you're filtering it through your own insecurity.
Okay, can I ask a question on this? When
Yeah.
I'm complimenting people, or when I'm like, I think about this a lot in debate for persuasion, for instance.
40%
but even
extra?
in like in warm relationships, when I'm complimenting
Kinda
somebody,
sick.
I'm almost always thinking of it from, I try to think of it from their frame of reference or from their perspective. So if somebody is, let's say somebody worked on an art project, and where I'm at in my life right now, the things that I value the most are, can I get a 24 to 48 hour turnaround on an email, and how reliable are you? These are like the two most important things for an employee to be. So let's say somebody finishes an art project and they got it done like really quickly. If I looked at that art project, and I know that that's to them not what they're thinking about, that's not what they value the most. They value like the artistic merits of what they've done. If I was going to give a compliment to that person, I wouldn't compliment them on the thing that I appreciate. I would compliment them on the thing that I think they appreciate. So I wouldn't say like, wow, I can't believe you got this back to me in a day, thanks. I would say something like, wow, this looks like really good. Congratulations, or like, this is like a really cool art piece, because I think that they would value that comment more. Do you think that's like an ordinary way of like how people compliment each other, or a thing to consider, or is that bad or good, or what are your thoughts on that, I guess?
Yeah, beautiful. Okay. So I think it is an ordinary way to compliment people. And there's a beautiful way for us to get past a slice of whatever the fuck is going on. I think you should stop doing that. So I'll tell you a story, okay? So I was once working with a pro gamer. And this pro gamer was...
That's so fucking funny. I mean, yeah, you definitely can just be like, alright, cool. And thanks for getting back to me so quick. I'll apologize for taking too long to get back to someone. It's a whatever point of respect and shit, but anyways.
Up and coming, and they would sometimes travel to a different region of the world to boot camp where there were lots of tournaments.
Takes so much though.
And we were talking about when this person would play with the top tier pros. This person is arguably like a tier 2 pro at the time. They would talk to the top tier. They would play pub with the top tier pros, and then if they ever made a mistake in the pub, they would feel so bad about themselves, because these are the best players in the world that are seeing this mistake, and they must think I'm like shit, right? Like, because I'm making these shit mistakes. They thought I'm shit. They're seeing me for shit. Not surprisingly, this person was also quite toxic in pubs in their home region when they're streaming. And so one really interesting thing is that the way that, and you're kind of you've already sort of figured this out, but let's just state it, which is like, see, the way that you interpret other people's compliments has to do with the way that you give compliments. This is 101, like human behavior 101. If I give you, so some people value, let's talk about gift giving. So some people like the monetary value of the gift is what's important. For other people, it's the thought that counts, right? So I will give gifts based on my internal compass of gift giving. So, and it's both ways. When I receive a gift, I interpret it this way. And when I give a gift, I'm using the same rubric. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So one thing that I would encourage you to do is start complimenting people for what you value, not what they value. You can do both, but at least do one. So because what you're doing is like, if you compliment people, quote unquote, deceptively, and I don't think deceptive is really the fair term, but I'm using it as kind of a hyperbole. Then when other people compliment you, it is more likely to be interpreted as deceptive because that's the rubric in your mind. You give compliments to people based on what they will like.
Okay.
When I think about, yeah.
And you can keep going. I'm writing some of this down now. But I have a really big question. You can keep going if you want to take a pit stop here about that deceptive thing. That's something that I have a really hard time dealing with. But we can put a pin on that and come back.
Yeah, let's put a pin on it. So I think it's the same thing. Well, I'm leading it. So what I've come to realize is like authenticity goes a long way. That's the most important thing. And sometimes you'll be amazed at how much it can change people because. See, right now we're talking about their self-perception. You're feeding into that self-perception. We're all playing the game on their perception. We're filtering things through their insecurity. We're all thinking about what's in their head. The beautiful thing about an authentic compliment is that you are pulling them outside of their head and into your head. When someone values their artistic merit, they may have never thought of themselves as professional, reliable, or timely. They're not in a STEM field, right? Those are the things that STEM people value, or people in finance. What you value about another human being, if you authentically share with them, it's maybe not what they're looking for, but you will be amazed at how it can be worth twice as much. When someone thinks they're ugly and thinks they're smart, they get a lot more out of being told they're beautiful than they do from getting told that they're smart. They may be confused by the beauty, and that's why the authenticity matters. And in the same way that you sort of talk about if someone says something with a lot of like flavor to it, right? Hey, I really appreciate, and you did this when you like kind of talk about this conversation with Sneeko or whatever, like you authentically share what I appreciate about it. The value comes not from what I think. I mean, maybe you were doing it with me, but I don't get the perception that you were telling me that because, like, I value that. I think that was genuine appreciation for something. That's what I received. That's what I heard.
A little bit, yeah. That's like a golden zone compliment where it was something that I valued, but I hope it's something that you value. So it goes back to that when I was saying like when the interests align, like everything.
Yeah. So really golden zone is great, right? So when you can scratch both, it's just fair enough. But I would encourage you to start giving people compliments that are more about where you come from. So I learned this lesson one day when I saw one of my mentors compliment an old lady about their appearance. And this is a psychiatrist, and it was just eye-opening to me. Because I see these old ladies that are out, right? And old ladies are usually dressed up. If you don't pay attention, you won't notice this. I'd never paid attention to this before.
I worked at a casino, and the old ladies that would come in, they'd always have like these cute dresses on, and
right. They're so careful about their appearance. They put so much time and energy, and what we see is their age. Right? We see someone who, and so we don't compliment. Like we as men oftentimes will just compliment people based on our genitals.
Sure.
Or what we think is hot or whatever. There's all that mating and compliments get tied up so much for us. It's a mess. It's such a mess.
Yeah,
and to take a moment and appreciate that, wow, this person got together, woke up today, looked in the mirror, they're like 70 years old, they picked this particular hair clip with this particular earrings and this particular lipstick. This is an ensemble of intention. And to recognize and appreciate that, and to even look at that.
That's
right. And this falls a little bit more potentially into
expert level Riz, by the way, for all the I'll just cut it off there.
What you're saying, which is telling people what they want to hear, but
overall,
this person genuinely appreciated the effort that went into this, and it was like really opened my eyes. And I think whatever you receive from other people is your brain kind of works the same way. And so if you change what you give, your brain will automatically change what you receive.
So you think, so the hypothesis here being that if I were to genuinely compliment people on the things that I appreciate, you think that I would receive their if I compliment people from my appreciation, from my frame of reference, I would start receiving their compliments better, even from their frame of reference? Is that essentially what you're saying?
Absolutely. Right now, it's no longer filtered through your insecurity.
Huh. Okay.
Right? And then hopefully over time, you'll be able to discern when people are bullshitting you, because you can still tell the authenticity, right? So you're familiar with the golden zone. You know what it looks like. And so when people are BSing you, I think it'll help a lot, because then the other cool thing that will happen is when you start complimenting out of authenticity. Are you expecting anything in return?
No, I'm not.
All right. So once you start giving without expectation, you can receive without expectation. It's both ways. Right. So right now, when you compliment someone, and I think this is why people will allude that you're I don't think you're sociopathic, but third time. But you know, I think it's like, because you're kind of playing this game and you had to learn how to play that game. I think early on, right? So like the other humans, you didn't know how they worked because you were a 6,000 hue whatever in a porcupine, and they're like otters that are snuggling with each other, right? So you had to like learn this way of interacting with the humans because you were a different kind of kid. And so I think that a lot of you know, it's crazy, but like these old spiritual traditions always like talk about the benefits of things like compassion and stuff like that. And then they also say something weird. We think compassion is about making the world a better place. It's not just about making the world a better place. It's about making you a better person. To practice compassion and forgiveness changes the way that you receive what the world gives you. And everyone is so caught up circling back to what we originally talked about everything that's wrong on the internet, that we stop looking at ourselves. We stop looking at, like, let me just be genuine with another human being. Let me offer what I have without expectation. And then you can receive what other people have without expectation. It becomes joyous. Because right now, think about what you're doing to your life, Stephen. When someone does something nice for you, instead of enjoying it, you feel burdened and indebted. Like, what the fuck? Like, kindness from another human being increases your burden? No wonder you don't have many friends.
Couldn't do it.
And now there are certain beautiful things that you've been able to accomplish. There are certain relationships that you can create that bypass this mechanism. Ride or die. My parents love me no matter what. My mom would be thrilled in fresh-baked cookies. Right? So you're not busted. You're not screwed up. You're not ill or anything like that. This is normal. All human beings are like this. Everyone, their mind gets shaped without their knowledge or consent. Yours has been too, mine has been too. So I'd say try to change a little bit about what you put out into the world, and it'll change the way that you receive what the world will give you. And the beautiful thing is you'll be able to, when someone compliments you for something, even if you don't believe it about yourself, you'll be able to receive it and it can improve your day. Last thing is that there's a lot of stuff about this whole, like, insecurity, like, being responsible for other people's happiness. I don't think that that is directly related to this. I think that's a different thing. But I do think there's something about, you know, like, and I think it's hard to admit, especially, so this is harder to admit if you have a good relationship with your parents. Easier to admit if they're abusive. So when you love your parents, it's much harder to say, it really hurt me that you didn't show up all the time.
Fear of the realm spreads.
Right?
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, this is another thing that I learned clinically. I had one patient who I've learned so much. And when we love our parents, it's hard to find fault with them. And if we can't find fault with our parents, we can't admit how we've been hurt. And if we can't admit how we've been hurt and we suppress it and we don't acknowledge it, then it leads exactly to the picture that we see with you, which is fucking confusing and makes no sense. I'm not insecure, but I feel insecure. I have all the features of insecurity, but I'm not insecure. And then the last thing is that this can be states. So it's not that you are or aren't. It is that there is a dormant part of your mind that arises in some cases. In certain circumstances, these things come up, and you're so beautiful at talking about them, right? So it's like when your grandmother is like, where are you? When these people are like, you're flying back and they want to go kayaking. These moments where this complex arises. And the rest of the time, you're fine.
Real quick.
We know you're secure because you can take on some of the biggest wigs in the industry and hold your own. You have confidence. You have faith in what you're doing in the world. You have a foundation of what it means to be good, how you want to see the world change. And we can see all the confidence that comes. People detect it. That's why they can't push you around. Right? Doesn't matter how rich they are or how much money they are or how many more followers than they have. And you're centered. The only problem is that when this thing arises, you become uncentered. Can you feel the difference?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right? So it's not either or, it's both. And one is dormant. It's an issue of state, not trait. It's not stats, it's like tank stance or DPS stance or healing stance. You had that question?
No, I don't think it's as relevant anymore. I was going to ask before, in terms of like complimenting people or saying things to the people that I know people want to hear, like how much of this is deceptive versus if I'm trying to communicate a genuine interest to somebody, I might say a particular thing that I care about, but I don't think they care about it. So then instead I might say something that I know that they care about, something like that count as deceptive, but you're just saying to just like compliment on things that I would care about regardless and not try to get into other people's frame of reference so much, I guess.
So there's a nuance there. So I'm not saying that you should do entirely one. What I'm saying is that you should start piloting the other and see what happens.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
And then the right answer is then focus on your perception. Because right now, when we're talking about compliment, we're all talking about you. Should you do it this way? Should you do it this way? But at some point, what you want to then do is see how they receive the compliment.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah.
And then once you operate from perception, then you by all means can fit yourself to who they are. And I don't think that that's deceptive. It's just as long as you're not deceptive, it's not deceptive.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a question. What is like the limiting principle on this? How far, let's say, so I'll hyperbolize really hard in the other direction. Somebody sees me and every single time they see me, they're like, I really like those Ralph Lauren sweatpants. They're the coolest thing ever. And they just really like complimenting these things, but I really just don't care about this, or I really just don't enjoy this, or I don't like this particular compliment. Do you, I guess from a personal development level, would you try to always receive every single compliment as well as you can and always be appreciative of them? Or do you start putting up some line somewhere, like assuming it's not like an insulting thing or a horrible thing, but like how do you moderate that, I guess? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're asking, and I think it's a relatively unimportant problem to solve. So let me share with you what I mean by that, okay? So like I'm with you that now you're asking about the extremes. So that's where like I think my focus is not on the top of the mountain, it's like on this next step.
Or even like I'm using an extreme to test the principle, I guess. I'm just saying in terms of like logical whatever bullshit. But like, so for instance, I guess to ground it out more realistically, so in my life, this is an issue I have in a lot of relationships. For every partner I've dated, my partners are beautiful. I like them all the time, regardless of how they look. I don't care at all about like compliments about my physique. It means absolutely nothing to me. But that seems to be a big sticking point for a lot of people. People like to be told that they're beautiful. People like to say that their partner is pretty or handsome or whatever. Would this be a thing where like I should say like, hey, listen, just don't say this about me? Or do you just like, would you say that like, oh, well, you should learn to just take those compliments, be happy? That would be like a more grounded example.
Yeah, what beautiful question, right? So what I would say is a couple things. One is that you could ask this person, you know, can you help me understand why you keep on commenting on my appearance, right? I feel secure in the way that I look. Like, I don't need to hear that kind of thing. Like, I'm with you. I think you're beautiful. The way that you act towards me makes me feel like physically attractive.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't need to hear that. Can you help me understand what makes you say it? So I would start by understanding, because anytime we're talking about, so there's a couple layers here. The first is what we're doing in your mind. So this intervention is not about your relationships. It's about you. It's about changing the way that you interact with other people and changing the way that you receive others' interactions. Once we add another person to the equation, then we enter the realm of perception, then we enter the realm of compromise. So I think it's totally fine to start to investigate some, but then practically, and we'll get to your extreme example, by the way.
Sure.
Which is not actually, I mean, it's extreme, but I don't think it's useful, but there is a real answer there that's important on some level.
Yeah, I don't
So,
really
like,
care that much about the extreme. I'm just curious, like, how you limit, like, yeah.
So I don't, and then the next thing is that you just acknowledge that, okay, like, in this person's life,
That could have been
it
kind
is
of nice,
important for them.
Austin.
And this is
Never
the key
mind.
thing,
Never mind.
right? So we're going to work on you, and once you yourself are settled, you can receive what the rest of the world sends your way.
Let's go.
So it is important for my partner to compliment me physically. This is the way that they express their approval for me. This is the way that they strive to make me feel better about myself. And you can just accept that as it is. And so you were asking a question, the extreme example, right? So I recognize where you don't really need that. But if someone was complimenting me every day, bro, that's not has nothing to do with me. That has everything to do with them. Does that make sense on a simple level? Like, if every time I saw you, Destiny, I was like, oh my god, Destiny, you're so great, bro. Oh my god, your beard and this and that, and you're so... Like, that has nothing to fucking do with you, right? That is a projection from the other person.
Okay.
So the whole point is that, and this is where things end up, right? So if you want to know what the final, optimal, omega form of this is where we get close to moksha, or enlightenment. It is to be completely centered within yourself and not have this be affected by what is out there. I can say
25%
yes to
less.
kayaking. I can say no to kayaking.
Faster
I can
time,
say
right?
whatever. I don't need to play some game. And if they're unhappy, it's to separate ourselves from the outside world, right? So their unhappiness is over there. I'm centered over here. I'm going to act in a way that I think is positive. The beautiful thing that when you do that, you become very perceptive, because now you're not clouding things. You're not shaping their compliments. When you give a compliment, you can't authentically say something because, once again, klishta, your mind attaches all of these things. And when someone says, Destiny, you're so great, what the fuck? A compliment becomes a burden. Why? Because of klishta. Your mind attaches all of these things to that compliment. But that's not in the compliment. There may be a reality to transactional relationships. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that your mind should be able to tell the difference, and you will be able to. So as you become centered in yourself, you disentangle the self from the outside world, then you can perceive the outside world for what it is. And you will know instantly whether someone is bullshitting you or not. You will be able to see people. You will become the best lie detector. Because now your own mind, think about what lets people get away with lies. It's not that they're skilled liars. The best liar is someone who lines up their lies with the vulnerability of the other person.
Yeah.
So as you become centered, then it will become very clear. You can operate with
Yes, I accept this message.
freedom, without burden. You can act spontaneously. You can perceive what's going on and perceive it as it is. And so then in what to do, should I compliment or not compliment? Your mind will say, okay, this person, you know, I can say this authentically and it makes them feel a certain way. So I can offer this person this compliment on a regular basis. It doesn't do me any harm. I'm not trying to cultivate some niceness, and I'm not trying to take advantage of them or groom or anything. What does it hurt me to offer? If an old lady needs help crossing the street every time she crosses the street, what does it hurt me to help them cross the street? If someone else needs to hear that they're beautiful on a daily basis, what does it hurt me to tell them that they're beautiful? And then as you perceive, you'll also be able to see this is harmful. Now this person is becoming dependent. Now if I don't compliment them, I will ruin their day. Right? You'll be able to see all of those things. It'll become very clear. And then you'll know what to do. It'll become easy.
Okay. Okay. Let me summarize some advice and then spit it back at you, and then you can tell me if I'm roughly understanding this. That I'm spending too much time in my head trying to
Motherfuckers,
intellectualize like these social interactions and thinking about it from other people's perspectives. And
What the fuck?
I guess I'm missing the forest for the trees to some extent, and that as I'm talking to people, instead of trying to think so hard about like, well, what do they want to hear, or what would be a way to optimize this interaction or whatever, I should just think of things that I appreciate, compliment people authentically for those things. As I do that, I'm probably going to foster friendships that are more aligned with what I want anyway, because they're appreciating those compliments. Those people will be pulled a little bit more into my headspace. They'll appreciate those compliments, and it'll help me see the way that other people compliment me. I won't be filtering it as hardcore as I do through my mind, like I'm expecting everybody else to. yeah, and that through, I guess, fostering those types of engagements with people, those interactions, not only will it make my interactions with them better, it'll help me more clearly understand their interactions with me, I guess, kind of. Is that, yeah, am I close?
I think you're close.
Okay.
But I think, once again, I'm seeing a lot of trees, but not the forest from your answer.
Yeah, I'm a very discreet trees person, sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. So
Okay.
that's okay, right? So I think that this, there's no doubt in my mind that this will help you in some way.
All right.
Okay.
I think one thing that I would strongly encourage you to do, so this is at the peak, is pay attention, Stephen, to the boundary between you and another human being.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you know how to do this. I think this is why,
Sure.
like I said, I'm serious when I say I think you can hold your own with a lot of heavyweights. And that can't happen unless you're centered in here.
Sure. Can you expand on that a little bit when you say be aware of the boundary between you and other human beings? What do you mean when you say boundary there?
So you're okay pissing people off on the internet, right?
Yeah.
Because you're over here and they're out there.
To
Right,
some
so-
extent. I mean, I can do it in a live debate too, but
Yeah.
there's a separation, like, in terms of relationship,
You are
friend
not
group, everything. Yeah.
your feelings are not dependent upon another person's feelings. This is fundamental.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can say things that upset someone because you are centered, and if they want to get upset, they can get upset.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's take the case of your grandmother. Why are you worrying? I get irritated. Your feelings are tied to her feelings. You want her feelings to change so that your feelings will change. Your partner is unhappy. This makes you unhappy. Her happiness is dependent on your
the
behavior.
fuck?
There's a tangling up of you and another.
Is Cerberus just not here?
This must change. In one, you know how to do this. There must be separation between you and the other person. The other person has their own feelings. If they
Oh.
want to worry, let them worry. What is it to
It
you?
was before, my bad. I was
If you
tripping.
care about them, by all means, intervene in some way. But your feelings should not be tangled up in these. It shouldn't be a
Okay, wait,
seesaw.
I'm sorry. Let me summarize. Okay, hold on. Okay, maybe this clicks a little bit more.
Yes.
Or I'm interpreting now. So, okay, so before I'm thinking, what are the things that I can say to evoke in them things that make me feel better? But rather you're saying that I should take a more honest approach in how I communicate with other people and let them feel what they feel without making my feelings reliant on their feelings.
I'd even say forget the first half. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, but this is the key thing. What I
Or the,
want you
the
to-
first half was the wrong part. Yeah, it's like this is what I was saying before. You're saying I should just do this particular thing.
Yes, so what I want you to really
Yeah.
pay attention to, and this is all you need. You don't need to do anything. Remember, awareness is enough. Notice the communication between your feelings and someone else's feelings. Because all of the things that you struggle with are tangled up. Oh, they'll feel offended if I don't go kayaking.
from up close.
Now
Holy
you are
shit.
your feelings. I feel offended. I feel I don't want to do this, but I don't want to disappoint them. So your internal environment is tied to their response. This will never work.
Mm-hmm.
And the beautiful thing is you have this figured out because you've already done this. 90% of Destiny is good at this. Steven sometimes struggles.
Damn it.
So just notice the independence of you from the outside world. And then the beautiful thing is you can circumnavigate this globe. And when you become more and more independent, in turn what will finally happen in the final stage is you will actually be joined with the other people.
Okay. Yeah. So then my other question relating to this is it's like a limiting principles question, but maybe you just kind of got there in a roundabout way. Is I'm sure there's a way that you could practice this in a way that would be toxic.
Yes.
Is that just intuitive?
No,
Like if
you're
my
right.
partner
So-
was like,
so
yeah, like
people
my
who do
mom
not-
died, I really need a conversation, and I'm like, I don't really feel like talking about that. You deal with your own emotions. That would probably not be a good.
No,
thing,
no.
right?
So,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
this is so the path of spirituality is a license for assholery.
Yeah.
So this happens all the time, and it comes from a logical application to it, as opposed to a what I would call spiritual or authentic application to it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I say, like, I'll just give you an example. Let's say, like, living in the present. Or let's use this example. So, right, to be not have your feelings tangled up with another person's feelings. Now, this what some people will interpret that as if you're feeling hurt, fuck you, you're hurt. I'm good. This is totally fine. Leads to assholery. I'm not saying don't care about another person's feelings. So it's in what we leave out. What is absolutely not good is to have a seesaw between your emotions and someone else's emotions.
The old service
Okay.
hall.
I don't know if you've ever heard of this before, but this sounds very similar to some guy. It's a 3-minute YouTube video or whatever, but it has to do with the difference between like compassion and empathy. that it's really good to feel compassion for people because it means that you're aware of their feelings and you take them into account with your actions. But empathy, where you just feel what they feel or have a reaction to their feelings emotionally, is a very bad thing, and it doesn't really help as much. Yeah.
Yeah, so it can be bad. So if you look at medical doctors and psychiatrists, we are generally speaking more sociopathic than the average population, and psychiatrists, I think, are more sociopathic than the average doctor. This is not because we're all evil. This is because if we have the torrent of empathy that runs through our brains, we will get torn apart. People wonder, how can you deal with suicidal people every day and not be depressed? The only way you can do it is by being centered. It doesn't mean that you can't be compassionate. In fact, it offers you then become a stable ground for people who are drowning. So you're right that if misapplied, if incompletely applied, this results in problems. Absolutely. The beautiful thing is that if you understand the essence of it and you live out the principle, it will become clear.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. Thank you so much for this conversation. I feel like we're at a good stopping point.
It worked.
Not to.
Do you want to? Wait. Scratch that. I would like to talk about, or I think it would be interesting if you've got like 5 or 10 minutes. So my community's bothered me so much when I watch some of the videos. Would you like to have like a quick 5 to 10 minute back and forth on the conversation that you had with Dr. Mike?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know if 5 to 10 minutes will be enough. I do have to go in about 20 minutes at the top end, but
We're not gonna
I'm
dive
more
super
than
deep
happy
into
to talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah, so I've noticed that people obviously come at you a lot for distinctions relating to... Oh, also, before you do that, thank you for the last conversation. I appreciate that. So I don't know if we were originally going to talk about that, but yeah, thank you. I've got a lot of good
loved
notes.
it.
I've got a lot of, yeah, thanks. For the Eastern medicine versus Western medicine, or Ayurvedic, versus what's the name for Western medicine? Allopathic, that was it, yeah. Medicine, yeah. That obviously you catch a lot of heat. I'm sure you've seen comment sections, like a lot of people go back and forth. So I hear things that you say, and I feel like I'm understanding it, but then obviously a lot of other people have different feelings. So I guess asking you, point blank for how you would lay this out, what do you think is the role that either Eastern medicine or an understanding in Eastern medicine could or should be playing when it comes to integrating it into Western medicine or like contemporary mental health treatments? Like, what do you think is the most appropriate role there? I guess. Yeah.
Fuck this run.
So I think it's so. The first thing is, I was taken aback by the Dr. Mike conversation. I was not expecting, and it took me a while to figure out what was going on and to recognize that his heat is coming from other people talking about Ayurveda.
Yes.
Fated choice.
So, and it was really weird because I was like, I'm confused why you are framing things the way that you are when you ask me about them, because that's not actually the way that I think about them. So first of all, here's kind of what my journey with Eastern medicine was. So I was quite skeptical and then saw some things in India that I considered to be medical impossibilities, and even to this day are considered medical impossibilities.
Okay.
So, but once you see that, then you have to wonder, like, what's going on. And by the way, this sounds very grandiose, but this is actually true of meditation. So let's remember that, like, 60 years ago, the idea that meditation could have a positive impact on your mental health was considered a medical impossibility.
Like it's nothing, but just isn't
so
the only
what I've come to
part of
understand now is that in Eastern traditions of medicine, they used a completely different set of compass. They used a completely different compass to develop a practice. Like they used a different realm of data, let's say. We think that our realm of data is very good, but our realm of data has some critical shortcomings. The simplest of which is something called external validity, which we all know in medicine. We don't even realize that you can design a system of medicine that doesn't have an external validity problem. So I'll give you an example of what this means. So we think...
Also, wait, real quick, can you define when you say external validity?
Yeah, I'm going to define it.
Yeah. Okay, good.
So we have something called a randomized controlled trial, which is a large population-based study in which we take 1,000 people, 500 we give placebo, 500 we give an intervention, and we measure the average improvement. Now, at the end of this trial, let's say that there's a 30% improvement in something like depression. When I give this patient this medication, what is the expected benefit in their depression? Do you know?
The expected benefit, well, I guess you would expect 3 out of 10 patients you give the treatment to have a statistically significant improved outcome.
30%, right? So nuance, right? But what is the actual benefit? We don't know.
Sure.
So our system...
Wait, when you say actual benefit, are you referring to like the underlying physiological stuff, or are you just saying like how it appears in their life, or what a benefit looks like? Or...
the average benefit for 500 people may be 30%, but whether this person will get 0% benefit, 50% benefit, 90% benefit, we don't know.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
And people think, well, of course you can't know, because you can't see the future. But this is a wrong way of thinking, because our system of medicine, this is so hard to understand until you see it done the other way. This is kind of like saying, like, okay, like, you know, gravity goes one way. Like, you don't... that's a bad analogy. So I'll give you an analogy from my personal life. So we don't realize that our consciousness has a localization in space until you have an out-of-body experience. Once you have an experience of your consciousness being in a different place outside of your body, every moment of our existence, our consciousness exists within our body, because that's where it is all the time, until you have an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
There's biological correlates to this. You can electrically stimulate this part of the brain called the temporoparietal junction, and you can trigger an out-of-body experience in someone.
Okay.
So in RCTs, what we do is we look at populations of people, and our system of medicine is designed to look at the average benefit for the average person. It's not trying to figure out what works for a individual. Does that make sense? Because we're looking at our systems of science are population-based. So you're going to get a population-based answer.
Yeah, by definition, if you're doing our big RCT versus like a case study, you're looking at literally the average.
Yeah. So the Eastern systems of medicine don't look at populations; they look at individuals. So their system of medicine is based on sample sizes of 1. Okay. This is also why, like, and there are a couple of like benefits to this. So a lot of the stuff that I taught you today, Vasana and Klishta, these are not concepts that were discovered through RCTs or research. These concepts have been discovered through RCTs and research. You have people like Aaron Beck, who came up with the concept of automatic thought. We know that there's cognitive bias, but we can arrive at the truth from 2 different angles. The big difference is that if you get a PhD in psychology, you won't transform your life. If you spend the same amount of time doing yoga, I truly believe you will be a more different human being. So when you're dealing with sample size of 1, if you look at, like, let's say meditation versus psychotherapy. Psychotherapy in the practice of medicine is about, on average, changing people. But I don't know if this makes sense. You can read a study about dopamine detox and tech addiction. It's not going to result in you reducing your tech usage. Right? Information doesn't create behavioral change. Sure. So if we look at the yogic system and the Eastern system, they operate from a subjective place. They don't operate from an objective place. Now, that has all kinds of problems, but the beauty is they're operating subjectively. So they know what works from the inside to make a change in your life. That's what yoga is about. It's about the pursuit of happiness, not about... And we can do like scientific studies about, okay, you have to make 100K a year. If you don't want to get divorced, have a commute that's less than 45 minutes. We have all these kinds of, all of this data. But if you're someone who makes $30,000 a year, you can't apply that information. This is the problem of external validity. The problem of external validity is, for a scientific study, how easy is it to apply this conclusion to people outside of the study? So it's totally fine to say, a great example of this is there's a medication called, can't believe I'm blanking, olanzapine.
Okay.
And olanzapine is an amazing medication if you look at a clinical trial. It reduces symptoms of bipolar disorder, reduces symptoms of schizophrenia, improves anxiety, helps people sleep. Awesome
Give
medication.
that shit to every Twitch
When
user.
you give it to patients, it doesn't work well. Do you know why?
In the real world. Confounding variable that's like hampering the ability of the medication to work.
Causes them to gain 80 pounds, which when you are in a clinical trial and you are being paid to take the medication day in and day out, and they are measuring the blood levels, you will take it even if you gain 80 pounds. So this is just a shortcoming that demonstrates the problem of external validity.
When
No.
how would you deal with because I'm sure there are some people where, and real quick, you said your hard out is like in 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So some people would argue with you and just say, sure, you're talking about reasonable limitations, but these wouldn't be limitations of external validity. These would be these would be restrictions or further things that you would apply to a study to make it, like you would look at like the drop-off rate, for instance, in a particular trial, or you would try to control for other variables or whatever. In
Sure.
order to,
So we have trials that do that. So I
Yeah.
love something called naturalistic studies.
Okay.
So there's a beautiful trial called STEP-BD, which is an awesome trial of bipolar disorder. That is a naturalistic study. So it wasn't a randomized controlled trial. So this is the other problem with Western medicine is we think of RCTs as the highest level of evidence. There's good reasons why we have that, but there's advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, of
so
course.
a naturalistic study is one where you give the medication to
God.
people, and if they want to take it, they take it. If they don't want to take it, they don't have to take it. Kind of thing. So there's naturalistic studies that I personally prefer. So when I see a naturalistic study on a particular condition and what works for it, I'll lean into that more.
Sure. Yeah, I had a huge debate with a friend recently over the efficacy of a medicine, and we had a big disagreement because they said that the medicine was really was high. I don't remember. I don't know if it was on-stream or off-stream, but they were arguing that a treatment was incredibly effective, and I said that it wasn't really that effective because most people just won't do it. You get these huge drop-off rates, and it's like the medicine really only matters if it's both effective at treating the thing and if patients are likely to stick to the particular regimen, which was
Well,
So I think even when you say best, what are you measuring? What are you including, right? So when
the last 15 minutes on this, I may watch off stream, I may save it, or just run it back again on the next stream. But I'm feeling a little tired, a little 6 a.m.-ish, a little probably time for sleep. But it is what it is. Let me check one thing real quick. I mean, the temptation is definitely real to do one more. Tough it out for the 15 minutes, and although if I do one run and get that far, that itself could go for longer. I don't really fucking feel like... motherfucker.
when you really understand research, you begin to realize that there's all kinds of flaws in all kinds of research. Now, going back to where does alternative medicine fit in? So my area of expertise before this whole Twitch thing happened was actually evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. The whole reason I got accepted into residency at MGH and Harvard was because I was I'm interested in evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. I was in my first research lab doing EEG readings of meditators because I was what the fuck is this? This is bizarre. In 2003. And so I'm a big believer in using scientific validity to understand what is good and bad about alternative medicine. There are a couple of problems with that, though.
Okay.
The first is that... So the first thing, here's why I think it's important, right? So it's so interesting because on the internet and in the allopathic world, I'm kind of viewed as radical, but in the Eastern medicine world, I'm viewed as allopathic. So I think that there's advantages and disadvantages to both. The first problem with Eastern medicine is that they have not rigorously tested anything. So we don't know, out of the 1,000 treatments that Ayurveda has, we don't know which ones are more effective or less effective. And a huge problem is that if you ask Ayurvedic physicians, they all have this tacit belief, in the same way that allopathic have tacit beliefs that they're not aware of, that they're all effective. This idea that one is more effective than another is absurd. It's just about the patient, right? Because they have a sample size of one. So they don't think that the medication is ineffective. They think that it is ineffective because of this particular patient.
Okay.
So this is a big bias. So I think we should absolutely test them. 100%. That's what I'm interested in. Now, there are a couple of other challenges with that. The first is that I'm a clinician, and what I've learned from meditation is that I feel a personal drive and an acknowledgement that we can't wait for RCTs in some cases. Okay? So when I have a patient who comes to me and says, I want to learn meditation, the process that I go through with them is that here's what the data shows. here's a set of specific practices. So there was just a huge, I think, trial that came out that showed that mindfulness training for adolescents can potentially harm mental health.
Interesting.
Really fascinating. A huge trial. So do I think that mindfulness can harm adolescents? Potentially it can, but I don't think that mindfulness is bad. I think that this is where there's so many flaws in the mindfulness research. What is the quality of the people who are teaching mindfulness for this trial that has 8,000 students? This is not a Zen master.
Jesus Christ.
So if we're measuring like what meditation is truly capable of, we have this 8-week course that you take to get certified. You maybe meditate a grand total of potentially 8 hours, because no one checks whether you do anything at home. We have 1,000 people teaching meditation. How qualified are they? Who the fuck knows? There's no way to measure it. There's no test. There's no certification. What used to happen is you spent 30 years training with a Zen master. At the end of 30 years, you don't even get your mastership. It's not even guaranteed. So the whole system of Eastern medicine is developed in a particular way. We don't know what's right or what's wrong. In my experience, there is a lot of utility to this. The problem is that the amount of time it will take to verify, for example, the manifestation of a tantric mantra, I don't even know if we're ever going to be able to scientifically verify that. I can design for you a trial that would do it, by the way, but I don't think we're capable of running that trial. So now the question becomes, when you're sitting with a human being, this is the question that I deal with, is what do I do for this person? Do I wait until science can figure it out? That is not always the right answer. And the whole reason that we have any research on meditation is because people decided to not wait. Right? People decided to start intervening, start studying it. The belief of the efficacy came first. And then,
because the big counter to that idea then would be that somebody would make the criticism of, well, what is it right for a therapist or a clinician to essentially experiment on a patient? Like, what if they're suggesting a treatment, there is no data for it to work, and not only does it not work, it ends up like putting them in a worse spot.
No. So let's be clear. Yeah, that's a very good. That's why I didn't finish. So I go through a process of something called informed consent.
Okay.
Right. So what I do when I'm teaching meditation to people is I say, here is the research on mindfulness. What I teach you absolutely qualifies as mindfulness. Here are the expected outcomes that you can get based on the research. At the same time, I've been to India and I've learned all kinds of weird esoteric shit. All this stuff qualifies as mindfulness, for sure. But I believe that this particular branch of mindfulness will give you a potentially greater clinical benefit than this other branch of mindfulness. The minimum expectation is based on the RCT. Now I give the patient a choice. Are you willing to try this or not? What do you want to do? And 99% of the time, it's sort of a mood issue, because the reason they're in my office in the first place is because they're coming to me to learn this stuff. So informed consent, like, you can do alternative medicine under your license of a medical doctor. It just falls under your license. And if there's a problem, then there's a problem. So one thing that I never do is give them expectations for things that are, like, in my opinion, not scientifically verified. This is why I don't use Ayurvedic medicine. I use principles of it. So I'll make dietary changes based on Ayurvedic things, but I explain to them, this is not Ayurvedic medicine. I don't do Rasa Shastra, which is like purifying, balls of arsenic in ghee by melting it for, letting it boil for 8 hours and then making it into a concoction and then giving it to people. I don't do panchakarma, which is things like enema and all these other kinds of practices that people do. I don't do anything like acupuncture or acupressure. I focus on yoga, meditation, tai chi, and some amount of like dietary change. And the reason for that is because those are the things that have some evidence support behind it. So what I kind of do is look at the Venn diagram of, okay, Ayurveda says eat fewer potatoes and eat more sweet potatoes. But as a medical doctor, I feel totally fine saying, hey, eat more sweet potatoes. We know here's what the science shows us about this kind of diet. If you're eating more vegetables, eating more of this, and the Ayurvedic diet isn't like, eat fried chicken. So they're all going to be in the positive direction anyway. That's kind of how I practically do it. Now, the last question I think you had is like this approach to Eastern medicine. And so now I think the last thing is that, I think that some of the foundations of Eastern medicine can be clinically very useful. And when we pull a treatment out of Eastern medicine and put it into Western medicine, we lose something for sure. This is also something that's hard to understand, but you can't understand this until you realize that there is a way to practice medicine that exists outside of the disease model. And this is what confuses a lot of people, because in Western medicine, we treat diseases, we don't treat people. And people, like a lot of like fucking cam people will say this kind of shit, but I mean, it's very precise. Like your diagnosis is not you're Steven. Your diagnosis is bipolar disorder, and the treatments that we have are for bipolar disorder. So we remove the individual from the equation when we're developing diagnoses and treatment. There's nothing individual there. Does that make sense? That's the purpose of an RCT. Now, practically, clinicians have to overcome this because we know as clinicians, this is why you can't get an AI yet to practice medicine, because we know that you as Steven, your bipolar disorder, when bipolar disorder manifests within you, it will be completely unique. And even though this medication works on average for the average person as bipolar disorder, I know from the second I step into the office as a clinician that your mileage may vary. So in the practice of clinical medicine, we introduce individuality. I think the last thing to consider is that I think scientific verification of CAM stuff is fantastic.
Real quick, could you say that term twice? CAM stuff?
Yeah, complementary alternative medicine.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So scientific verification of that is like something I'm completely in favor of. I've worked in labs, like I was in a Tai Chi lab in medical school, worked at this place called the Benson Henry Institute at MGH. They do a lot of like, scientific research and stuff like that. I'm all for research. Like I don't think we should be, completely not scientific about it. Okay. But I think that if we look at medicine, and I think meditation is kind of the best example of this. So I'm kind of curious. I don't know how familiar you are with research, but if I did analysis, if I tried to figure out what makes a sandwich. So let's say I'm a scientist and I'm trying to discover what makes a sandwich. Do you know what I would likely discover about what's important? What is the minimum I need for a sandwich?
Is it going to be like an ingredient or a human being assembling the sandwich?
So let's say I'm a scientist and I'm trying to understand what a sandwich is.
Okay.
So like I go out and I like take a bunch of sandwiches and I measure them and I put my findings on something called a scatter plot, if you know what that is.
Sure.
This may be like a stupid question because I'm asking you to read my mind. Do you have a sense of what I would discover?
Do I have a sense of what you would discover? I don't know. That is, you include more conditions or things like shapes or ingredients or whatever that you would hone in closer and closer. Some general
so practically what would happen, right? So and this is a thought experiment that I'm creating in my own head. There are lots of arguments against it, but this is kind of just my take, and I'm trying to explain my reasoning. I'm not saying this example is 100%. So here's what's going on in the research on meditation. So this is just to illustrate what I consider to be one of the weaknesses of. And it's not that this is good, but it is a temporary shortcoming. Over time, it'll fix itself. The question is, can human beings bother to wait?
Sure.
So if I take a sandwich, and I'm a scientist, and let's say in the same way that I'm a scientist studying meditation, I don't actually know what this is. I'm not a Zen master.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bunch of people who meditate, and I'm going to try to understand, okay, like what is it to meditate? So I'm looking for the common variables, sorting out the noise, right? Because in this spiritual tradition, they worship this god, and in this spiritual tradition, they bow to this guru. So what does it mean to truly meditate? I look at 1,000 different traditions, and I track what the elements of meditation are. So if I were to do this for sandwiches, I have a PB&J, I have a ham and cheese sandwich, I have a Subway sandwich, I have a hoagie, I have a po' boy, I have all these kinds of things. And I take each of these things and I plot the ingredients on a scatter plot. What I will conclude is, what do you think out of all the sandwiches I named, what has the highest correlation? What's going to be at the top?
My guess would be like 2 pieces of bread and some butter or something?
Absolutely. 2 pieces of bread. And then the scientists will conclude that all of the other ingredients are literally noise. And what makes a sandwich is 2 pieces of bread. Then a scientist will go, I have discovered what a sandwich is. I've heard that people really like sandwiches. I'm going to open up a restaurant based on my scientific understanding, and I'm going to serve sandwiches. Enter my first customer. Here's 2 pieces of bread. Enjoy your sandwich. Enter the next customer. Here's 2 pieces of bread. Enjoy your sandwich. The next customer. Here's 2 pieces of bread. Enjoy your sandwich. This is what we do when we pull Eastern medicine out of Eastern medicine and study it in a Western way. Because we're trying to focus on the things that we know how to detect, not what it's actually based on. And you can argue that 2 pieces of bread is anything but a sandwich. The sandwich is this other thing. It's the stuff inside that makes it a sandwich. But in a scientific study, you won't detect that at the beginning.
Sure.
So then
I
over
understand what
time,
you're saying. Okay.
over time, then what you'll discover is that this doesn't seem to work out, and then someone will discover, oh, it is 2 pieces of bread plus something in the middle. So we're doing that with meditation. But in terms of what is the advantage of adopting the Eastern perspective, because if you're a single scientist and you go and learn how to make a sandwich, then the trial that you design is going to be so much better because you know what it is.
Which is why case studies and everything are so important, even for psychology and stuff, because you can see individual stuff. But
well,
yeah, I understand.
case studies have a whole different.
Sure.
I'm going to comment on that because it's a whole different thing. But in terms of Cam, like I think it's fine that I get a lot of heat on Ayurveda because I think that's like, I mean, even internally, right? So we had a stream a couple years ago. So we had a stream on Ayurveda. Someone posted a lot of stuff. I made some claims that I didn't understand the research very well. Someone posted on our subreddit. I'm really grateful to that person to this day. And I like thanked them. And they were like, hey, I think that you're like oversighting the evidence. Like this is not as strong as you say it is. And then in subsequent streams, we've said, hey, like we even pointed that out. And then now, like when I talk about Ayurveda, I'm much more careful. I've been much more critical of the research. There's all
right, yeah. Fuck it. I don't need to wait out this last 10 minutes right now. If you want to watch it and finish it, you know where to find it. Anyways, any y'all that was chilling, chatting, you know what it is. Much love to you. Appreciate you. Stay well. Be good to yourself and each other. I'll catch y'all on the next one. Much love.